You are correct. That is where I'm at right now. Hold on, I gotta turn off my BGM. Uh, t- 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 There we go. Non-derogatory. I had to approve that word from Streamlabs because I wanted to block it, which is very close-minded of Streamlabs. But what are you gonna do? Yeah. So thanks all for stopping by this fine evening. It is almost 6 p.m. EST here in the east coast of the United States, and I'm going to be building a scale model of a Fiat 500 today, which I'm quite excited about. I have not built a LEGO set in far too long, which is to say probably about 4 months. So I'm excited about that. This one in particular was a gift from Spooky Surgeon and friends uh, back like I think a month ago. I got this in the mail, and I haven't built it since. So I'm excited about that. Should be fun. It has less than 1,000 pieces, so I think I can probably do this before 8 p.m. rolls around. No promises. I have no idea how long the stream is going to go, but this is one of my core competencies, more than just about anything else that I know how to do. So hopefully we can go quickly. What is everybody else up to, other than being here, of course? Because we can't all be building model Fiats unless we are, in which case we can have a fun build along. That would be very nice. I'd love to see everybody's final product when they're done. But I'm assuming that is not the case. So, status report. Boneheads, what are we up to? Gotta sound off right now. Or don't, it's fine. This is also me like learning what my delay is like. I am simply imagining the Fiat. That's fine, that's fine. You'll see it soon enough. And Spooky Surgeon got home from work. Hello, Isvi. Hello, Spooky Surgeon. I'm glad that you're both here. I know, Isvi, you've got a stream coming up later tonight, and that makes me think that we need to coordinate better so that we don't overlap literally every time we go live. You're going to play Kong for the Konami. No, it's by Konami. Konami didn't make the hardware. It's for the PC Engine. MSX, one of those, I think, right? The King Kong game. I cannot keep track. It is impossible to not overlap. That's true. There is critical VTuber saturation in the world, but we can at least try, right? Surely we don't both have to be uh, after work on a Thursday, but maybe we do. Maybe it's just not possible otherwise. MSX, okay. I associate that strongly with Konami because of Metal Gear, but I don't think they actually had any hand in making the MSX, right? Like, that's not their work. They just put good games on it. And it's also a Japan-only console, so I don't know. There weren't a whole ton of other companies making stuff for it, I guess. That I know of, anyway. Oh, that's true. That's a good point. That's a good point. It's like the Nintendo PlayStation right there. The M in MSX stands for Microsoft. It's true. Good console, though. Way ahead of its time, I think, in terms of horsepower and whatnot. I'm constantly impressed by Metal Gear 2 specifically, in terms of being a game from that era and having like a wealth of gameplay mechanics. There's just a lot to it. It looks good. It plays good. It feels like something you'd expect on the Super Nintendo, but it's once again, please say hi to the Gaylord Gazebo. Okay. What up, Gazebo? We'll see you in 6 months, 7 months, I think. Very low res Gazebo. Nobody's here, surprisingly enough. I'm only streaming today because I was unwell yesterday, but that was because I forgot to fill my coffee. Yes, that makes sense. This all checks out. I'm glad to hear that you're maybe feeling better. I think is how I'm supposed to interpret that. Um, that's good to hear. I hate it when robots are unwell. They shouldn't be programmed to ever feel the pain of mortality. It's kind of fucked up that you are, but it can't be helped. uh, Oh, that's true. Magfest. Yeah, if you're going to Magfest, you'll see it before I do. Don't like flip it over or burn it down or nothing, and keep it clean. But that would be cool if you got to see the gazebo first out of any of us here in my fine JPEG Gaylord National. coming out of virtual Washington, D.C. Or maybe virtual Maryland, depending on how you look at things. It's not quite clear. Can't promise anything. I miss it. Yeah, don't we all? Don't we all? Cool. Let's get started, because now it is the top of the hour. As I promised. What are we doing? What are we doing? First, let me, I guess, get some appropriate Fiat music, and you're going to have to let me know if it's too loud or quiet. Here's some music for building a Fiat. Let's see, OBS, is this like peaking? You can definitely hear that, yes? But is it too quiet, or is it too loud? It's impossible for me to know, because when I play my BGM, it sounds deafening, but then I look at the VODs, and it's like very, very quiet. So, BGM good, okay. I've played this particular mix before. This is a album from Lupin by the amazing composer Yuji Ono, who's been the composer for this series or franchise forever, literally since its inception to today. This is Cafe Relaxin' Lupin. I have played this in one video before, and the worst slap on the wrist I got was that I couldn't monetize the video, which is fine because I'm not monetized anyway, so I am playing this fearlessly. Cool. And so with that, let's get started. Yeah, exactly, right? Cool. So, this is going to be a lesson I learned from Bon, who... Next slap will shatter your bones, maybe. When you slap me too hard, I make a bowling pin noise, and I just, like, fall apart. But maybe this next slap on the wrist will actually shatter me. We'll see, we'll see. We're very, very resistant to slashing, but weak to bludgeoning. Yeah, so, Bon taught me how to use our DSLR here for actual... No. If you tap me, I make a xylophone noise, but if you slap me, like, hit me really hard, I just, like, explode into little giblets, and I make a bowling pin noise. Trackball emote. It could be good, could be good. There is one, actually. There's an emoji. There's a trackball emoji, and I know this for reasons. I keep losing my train of thought. Bon taught me how to use this DSLR, which I'm using right now, as a high-res top-down webcam, because we got a camera mount for it, and we got a, like, fake battery you can plug in that plugs into the wall, so it just perpetually charges while in use, which is nice, and we figured out how to get HDMI out of it, so I'm excited about that. But I'm stalling right now. Today we're going to be building... this guy right here. This is the Fiat 500, and I am realizing now that the DSLR is squishing everything, so everything looks a lot more narrow than it actually is, because this box is quite wide, and on the preview it looks square, and I don't know how to fix that. So we'll have to deal with that, I guess? It's fine. It probably doesn't matter much. So let's crack this bad boy open. Box cutter ASMR. There we go. Does this fold up, or did I just open both ends of this for no reason? Thought this had like a flap. No, I think I just opened both ends of this for no reason. Okay. I can edit the transform in OBS to resize without respecting the aspect ratio. I should have been doing that this whole time, but it didn't occur to me until just now that it was out of sorts. So, I don't know if I want to try messing with that while I'm live. I guess I could. Much to do. Fortunately, a cool thing about modern LEGO is that all of the baggies are numbered, like so. So I don't just have to rip them all open and pour them all over my desk. I will know what I need when I need it, based on the instructions. So all these go off my desk now. What are these, stickers? Ah, canvas. This is the canvas roof. Put that somewhere aside. That's the best part. What, doing it live or ripping all the bags open? 3, 1. Bags. I guess you're not wrong. People do like that. And this came with instructions, right? Wait. Huh? Oh, okay. The instructions, I guess because they come with the stickers, are in their own bag. That's kind of weird, kind of wasteful. Not thrilled about that, but there we go. Okay. I am not very pro sticker in this household, so I probably won't be doing stickers on stream. They frustrate me, even for Gunpla. I've got tweezers to do them. I will do them later. So let's see. This manual is 135 pages long. So if you want to place your bets on how fast I can get through this, I guess dial them in now. I think a lot of this is just information about Fiat as like a company. Hold on. Check this out. Check this shit out. We get like... Oh man, making this focus is a pain in the ass. The Fiat lore about all the different logos that they've ever had. They've had a lot of logos. A lot of them are very similar. 1.5 hours, that's an optimistic bet. And we get all the range of cars that they've had. The one we're doing is the 500. 500 Nuovo specifically. The one I'm most familiar with, though, is this one from the Lupin animes, the Fiat 500L. But instead, this is the modern breed of that car. I could learn all about it. I don't really care to. We can engage in the sweet life by driving our Fiat around the Coliseo, but I think we're good. This is a lot of information about the Fiat. Food incoming. Vaughn, what are we eating? What are we eating today? Or what are you eating? I guess I'm not eating. I'm in the doghouse, streaming. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There we go. Wait. What is this camera doing? I will not get any progress done because I'll be fighting with my camera the entire time. This is a brand new setup for me, so I think that looks clear. I think that's correct. Okay, so unsurprisingly, we start with bag number 1. Is that this one? Yes. Because there's this bag number 1, and then there's... Oh no, I guess that is... Oh wait, no, okay, yeah. And then there's this bag number 1. 1, and 1. I don't know. But I think it wants this one. You getting that good crispy bag noise through the microphone? Important. Cool. All right. Let's see. Okay, so we got these. Bags within bags. Little submodules. Oh yeah, I was supposed to say it before. Bunnies in public. Thank you for the follow. As they say, if your tombstone doesn't say rest in peace, you are drafted into the Skeleton War. So you voluntarily signing up means a lot to us. It'll save some poor draftee's life, probably. Thank you for the follow. I think you were follower number 69, by the way, which is quite a prestigious honor. What are we doing here? We've got it like that, like that. Yes, it is quite nice. I agree. Like so. Okay. Am I like blind? It's too early for me to already be experiencing a curveball. Bag 1. 3 of these in black. How can I can't already be choking. They're not in here. They're too big for that. What? I need these little 2x2 pin connectors. I don't see them. Oh, wait. I'm supposed to open both bags labeled 1. Okay. Okay, that's why I was confused before. Because they're in here. You can see them. There. Oh, this camera doesn't autofocus either. Maybe it does, I just don't know how to do it. I've got a lot to learn about how to use this DSLR. No matter. Bop, bop, bop. I think that's everything. Okay, cool. Can get back to it. So I need 3 of these. 1, 2. 3. Alright, and now we've got our long Technic pins. How's the camera focus, by the way? I can't quite tell if it's in or slightly out of focus at the distance it is. So you're going to have to let me know if this is like miserable low quality or the pinnacle of DSLR. Looks good to me. I'll take it. I'll take that one. These guys are fun. This is a, in case anybody's wondering, this is not a piece that goes in the actual model. This is what's called a brick separator. It's for when you have stuff that's stuck together, you can easily pop it apart. So like, for example, if I got these stuck together, and I was like, I can't get them apart, I can't get my nails under there, you take your brick separator, and you pop it on the piece that you want to separate, and you just push down, and they come right apart. Do I know how to make illegal brick combinations? Yes, but I am not allowed to disclose that information. You can ask me off stream. I have a wealth of information about what illegal building techniques look like. However, on the record officially, I cannot disclose that to the public. But yes, I know quite a lot about illegal building techniques. It's usually things that involve putting too much stress on an individual element so that it doesn't come to rest and therefore warps over time. Get this bag out of here. Is the stream sponsored by LEGO? No, that would be very cool, but it is not. I assume I will never be, but you never know. I'm surprised that they don't have a VTuber of their own. I feel like the minifigure head really lends itself quite well to being a VTuber. Like, you would just have like a minifigure guy, and he's the VTuber. Okay. This is quite fragile in its current state, but I think we're about to improve that situation somewhat. 3? Huh? I feel like this keeps asking me to get pieces that I can't find. Huh? What? Oh, 69. Okay, I thought I did like a hilarious goof or something, and you're like, screenshot it. Yeah. I'm at 69 followers right now. Yes. Okay, okay, the third bag labeled 1. That's why I keep being like, where are my pieces at? This is the third one that is labeled number 1. Add that to the pile. If I really wanted to pad out the stream, I would like separate everything before trying to build, but instead I'm trying to go for speed. No, you're fine. I'm always worried I'm going to do something hilarious and embarrassing on stream. That isn't planned, as opposed to the hilarious and embarrassing stuff that I do on purpose. Pop these pins in without getting my fingers pinched. Flair, what are you up to? I know you were playing Mario before because it's Thursday, and that's what you do on Thursdays. how did that go, or how is that going? Alright, cool. We are cruising right along. Pages are stuck together, come on. Not like this. Struggling here. In a way that I hadn't foreseen. Pages are stuck together. There we go. Oof. That was almost a disaster. Alright, we take this guy. We do 1, 2. Oh, I should probably like center the instructions more. Or I could like put them on my keyboard and hope that they don't push down too hard. That's probably better, right? We're on this step right here. Not a ton. I need to, I guess, powder up. Give him the old talk powder. Like so. I have to admit, I was a little bit nervous about doing a hand reveal, because I know that's like a very contentious topic among VTubers. Some of them are very, very, I guess, prudent about that, and others don't really seem to care. Like, I know, for example, Hachima, who everybody looks up to as a wonderful idol, has to wear, like, gloves, because her fan base would probably just become feral if they could see her hands. I don't think I have to worry about that with people who come to my type of stream, but you never know. And then, like, I know other people just don't care. Like, Commander Char, for example, does Gunpla streams all the time. And she's got her hands out there and talks about, like, her rings and stuff like that, and talks about how she likes to go climbing because she is very strong. So, I don't know. It's like a am I doing it right kind of thing. I don't know. Alright, we're putting the undercarriage of the Fiat on now. I think that's pressed in. I do love the yellow color that they're using for this kit. It's very pleasing. I don't know how well the color balances through the DSLR on its like auto capture setting, but it's like not a banana yellow. It's like a kind of cream color. I don't know what the actual color of the Fiat 500 that I'm trying to build is also. I know the one from the 60s that I'm familiar with is like actually bright yellow, like banana yellow. This one is not. Where is the piece that I'm looking for? Are you hiding? No. Why can't I see it? Why am I blind? Yes, there we go. Oh! Come on, snap in. Fit. I know that's where you belong. So what's the issue? Oh, that's what's the issue. There we go. Hold on. I feel like this would have been easier if I didn't snap this side rail piece on first. Banana. Yeah. There we go. Alright. I'm losing time here. I feel like I should be going much, much faster. But what are you gonna do? And that lines up like so. Alright, time to build some Technic rods. We've got some nice red bushings, and then yellow half bushings. Cool. I always love the color that these things get made in. Typically they're just like gray, but it's nice when they do fancy colors for the inner working parts. And you also see like, I've got like a brick right here that's like teal. And you might wonder, well, the Fiat's not teal, so why would there be a brick that's teal in this kit? And honestly, looking at all the pieces in the kit, it's not super apparent, and it might not come up very much. But typically, I'll answer that question in a moment, Bon. Typically, in kits like this, if there's a large section that needs to be built or like filled in, the inner pieces will be really weird outlandish colors like pink or teal or orange if the model doesn't have those colors, because it will help visually distinguish them on the manual, so it'll become easier to know what you're building. So like that teal is probably like a crossbar that obviously can't be seen from the outer view of the model, or even on the inside of the cabin, but it will be structural support, and it's made a bright, flashy color, so that when you're reading through the instructions on how to put it together, it's very, very apparent, like where it stands and how it fits in relation to other things, because it stands out. Interesting. How do you know which pieces are what? I'm not sure I quite understand what you mean. Like, how do I know what the names of pieces are? Or how do I know what they're going to be in the model? Come on. If you can clarify, I can give you a clear answer, but I'm not quite sure I know what you mean, Bon. If it's about how do I know what the pieces are called, it's because I went to engineering school, and I gave 4 years of my life away for that kind of thing. If you're asking about how I know what pieces end up becoming in the model, oh, like I mentioned Technic rods. Like, why do I know that that's what they're called? Because I've been doing this since I could speak. I've been building LEGO models since I had the motor skills to hold pieces together, and probably before then too, but I don't remember that. That was ancient history. Technic rods are the rods that are for the Technic system as opposed to the studded bricks, which are for the LEGO brick system. They are fully compatible. Everything LEGO makes is compatible with each other. That's the wrong size plate. Right? That's also the wrong size plate. There must be one that's longer that I'm not seeing. Huh? Oh, yeah, it's hiding under the manual. When I was a flesh baby, you know, there's no... Baby skeletons are just dead babies. It's not like you grow into an adult skeleton, no matter how much milk you drink. No, this is when I was a flesh baby. Long time ago. There's no such thing as a baby skeleton. There are skeleton babies. But... I need the talcum powder. This is embarrassing. These pages are like so stuck together. It's because it's been really humid here, frankly. I don't even... Like, I'm just mirroring it. I didn't need the instructions anyway. Pathetic. I've lost my edge. Like so. Like so. Let's see, this goes here. This one goes here. I'm going a lot slower than I thought I was going to, so that's worrying. But we'll be okay. Fortunately, the dinner that Bon has required for us is not something that needs to be eaten hot. Wouldn't baby skeleton just be when you're newly flesh free? No, that would be like saying that you're a baby carpenter when it's your first day on the job. No, you're not suddenly a baby just because you're new at something. I don't think that's how that works anyway. My memory is a little fuzzy, but I don't think that's how it works. All right, so we've successfully mirrored this now. And wow, I am shocked. It just gets popped on the other side. Total mirror. Fit, snap, come on. There we go. Oh, snap. I made a mistake. I have made an error. Oh, food has been procured. I think Bon said we got Bon Me earlier. I think when I asked about what the dinner plans were. And banh mi is not traditionally eaten hot, as far as I've been shown so far. So I think we're in the clear. Where did that Technic rod go? It's right in front of me. Perfect. I'm gonna do this the hardest way possible because I messed up an earlier step and I didn't finish it. Banh mi. Bon telling everybody what her name is. Yes, Bon me. That's a terrible joke. That's nothing. Don't write that one down. There we go. Crisis averted. Alright, time to put some yellow on this. It's gonna start looking like a Fiat soon. Imagine. Black plate goes there. Other black plate goes across the back, like so. And then we take our little yellow 1x2s plates, pop them over there for some structural integrity. I guess these are the side runners, is my guess, like where you stand on to, enter the vehicle. Yeah, those are probably the runners. On me. Oop, dropped a piece. I cannot believe how out of practice I am. This feels like I'm going in slow motion right now. I think I must just be getting jitters from being on camera. There's no other possible explanation. That said, though, I guess I'm just going to motor through this as long as it takes, because there's no way I'm going to do a part 2 and just leave these things undone until then. So we might be in it for the long haul tonight. I was really hoping I could do this in like 2 hours, but there's no way that's going to be the case looking at it right now. Okay. Unless I get back in the swing of things extremely suddenly, but that seems unlikely to happen. Go. One by 3 plate, a underside curve. Where? Here we go. So I think I do 2 of these. And they go like that. Oh, I need more 1x3s. And they stick out like so. And then I need the, these guys, which have the studs on the front and the top. One of the more useful connector type pieces, I think. Wait. Oh no, I had this right the first time. I see. I think there's just 2 of them. This is probably going to be the front or back bumper, because the studs on the front will let you put a plate across the front, which you could use for a bumper. So let's see, this is the one side of it, like so. Looks approximately like our manual. Got the runners on the sides, perfect. Next, are we building the engine brick, perhaps? It might be the engine brick. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 studs long. The good thing this manual isn't like 10, I don't know, ounces heavier so that it presses down every key on my keyboard, because I'm resting it on the keyboard right now, which is pretty much just asking for a technical disaster. But, you know, it's fine, probably. It's probably not a problem, probably. We're just ever so close to, I don't know, it hitting the shutdown stream hotkey or something, which isn't even on my keyboard, but, you know, I'm sure they'll find a way. Fate would find a way to do it. This one. Do the gunpla all the time. What, rest the manual on your keyboard? The thing about gunpla manuals is they're usually pretty light. Like they're like usually only a couple pages and they fold out. This is a 135 page manual made out of like cardstock. That's true, you did kick the power button once. I remember that. That was funny. I remember laughing, I think, in person when that happened. Which means the same thing will happen to me someday. That's just how it works. Power button for my rig is fortunately on top of the whole thing though, so it'd probably be difficult. At least more so than kicking. I'd have to like sit on it. I'm sure I'll find a way to goof it up though. And I'm getting better at maneuvering this manual with my bone hands. Also, my brain is like waking up, so I'm remembering what pieces look like and like how they fit together better. And I've stopped pinching my fingers because again, I've woken up, I've awakened. So we might pick up a little bit of speed here. We're coming to a close on bag number 1 here, and there's only 3 numbered bag sets, so maybe we'll make a good time. I don't know. As I was like alluding to when I was talking to Izvi at the start of the stream, I feel really guilty about going over on a stream like this because there are lots of other people who are streaming other interesting things that I know, and I want to watch and support them, or have, you know, people watch and support them. So it's like, if I'm taking a long time, I'm just like getting in the way, which is probably not a very good way to think, but it's still what I'm thinking about nonetheless. So this is the bumper, and I guess these, yeah, this is the bumper. That's what we're building right now for sure. And we'll be able to mount, I think this is the rear bumper, because these look like taillights. There's always somebody streaming, it's true, it's always 5 o'clock somewhere, but it doesn't make me not feel guilty. I don't know, I feel like... I don't know what I feel like. Not knowing what you feel like is the human condition. What we really need, though, I think, is that we need to get every VTuber to take a like corporate mandated camping trip, like what Ricky is doing right now. So that way, there's at least one less person streaming at any given time, and then bonus, you get to enjoy the woods or beach or wherever Ricky's at, because then everybody wins. You get time off, you desaturate the ecosystem for a little bit, and then when you come back, somebody else can tag in, right? I think that's the right way of doing things. Streamer type folks are also really bad at taking breaks, so it would be good for everybody, I think. I'm looking forward to when Ricky comes back, though. Their cafe Discord is one of the nicer places I've been to on this internet, so they run a good ship, or I guess good store, if that's the story here. VTuber party bus. But I like that idea, but I also want to enforce that they somehow remain anonymous, because I want to imagine what a bunch of VTubers would do if they all saw each other's faces for the first time. Assuming that that's, you know, news to people. I'm assuming not everybody knows what everybody looks like. There are definitely folks who are more secretive about that kind of thing than I. I missed a step. Where did I miss a step? Ah. Wait. Oh, okay. Depth perception is failing me. And I fold this down, and it should click into place. Yes! That's cool. Alright, we're on page 34. Only 100 more pages to go. Alright, so this is definitely the trunk. Oh, no, wait, no. Sorry. This is the engine. I was right. We were building the engine block, because in the Fiat, the engine is in the butt. They put the engine in the back as like a funny joke, so that if you get like rear-ended in like traffic, your car just dies. It's like a good goof that the Italians played on everybody else in the world. It's a real haha funny prank. Yeah, so this is the back of the car, but it's where the engine's going to be. Why am I not seeing the ramp that I need? Still not seeing the ramp piece that I need, unless it's not symmetrical. No, it is. Oh! It is hiding under the manual near my keyboard. It's also worth mentioning that this desk that I'm on right now is not my work desk. I'm actually building on my coffee table right now. I had to move my whole setup into another room for doing this, because I simply do not have enough desk space to build a model on for my actual desk. My actual desk is very, very small for this kind of thing. Where's the crossbar? There should be, oh yeah, crossbar with a Technic axle hole going straight through the middle, like so. I want to know how your Fiat is prank-proof, Isvi. Does yours have a motor not in the back? I thought that was like just how they all were, with a rear-mounted motor. Like single-cylinder rear-mounted motor. If that's not the case, I'm happy to learn something. But I really thought that's just how it was. Motors in the front. That almost sounds like a car. That's kind of spooky. Are you sure you have a Fiat? And not like, I don't know, a Mini Coupe? Because what you're describing almost sounds like a functional automobile. This engine block is coming together. I think I'm building the single cylinder right now. Or the, not the cylinder, the band. I don't remember what the car terminology is called, though. Because I didn't go to that kind of engineering school. But it's like the wheel that has the pulley mechanism for converting explosions into torque. I think that's what we're building right now. Yeah, that's what it looks like. I am sure I have to go to a specific Fiat repair places on the right chance that it has a Fiat-specific problem. It's good that you have one nearby. Really lucked out. Is that a 2x? Yeah. Panic. I do not see a specific piece that I am told that I need, which makes me think that I did something wrong in a previous step. I'm looking for this 1x2 gray panel, and I don't see it, which makes me think I used it instead of something I was supposed to use elsewhere. That's worrying. Streaming is a blow-up, I think, is really what the moral of the story here is. And no matter what you do about it, you're going to get blown up. There's just no two ways about it. I'm just going to keep moving forward until I can see clearly what the source of my folly is. I must have used it somewhere I wasn't supposed to, but where? Where could I have done that? I don't see. So maybe it's just hiding and I'm directly in front of me and I just can't see it. Lego panic. That's the best part. I don't. Love to have to drive my broken car very far to get it repaired, right? Wait, you're on the moon. Yeah, you're on the Crater Labs. Why do they have an Italian foreign car repair place? Why do you have a car at all on the moon? I guess you don't have to worry about, I don't know, actually you probably have to worry about a very specific set of things. I'm looking for the slider 1x2. Oh, here it is. Worst case, if I can't find the piece that I need right here, I could go get a spare, because I do have a bunch of pieces on my actual desk, but it'll still tell me that I did something wrong, I feel like. Which is what I'm worried about here. But the lunar, to bust out the lunar rover Fiat, but sometimes you gotta, yeah. I go panic. Did I, like, drop it somewhere? Hold on. Need to inspect every plastic bag that I've opened right now for a loose piece. No, I don't think I dropped it. It's not on my cardigan. I don't think. Huh. Well, we'll come back to that when we can. But for now... Oh, and I need to put the... I don't know what this piece is called. I actually have no idea what aspect of a car this is. This 1x1 stud with pin on top goes into the crank arm. And then... This looks like it goes on top of... Yes, like so. And I think that's the engine. I'll find the piece that I was looking for and have to pop it out later. That's fine. Okay, so we're on... Now what? We're building the rest of the frame, I guess. Come on, bone hands. Here we go. Okay. Do you need help? No. I will power through this. It's character building. It's a character development, character growth. I'll overcome this trial like I've overcome every other trial. I will become stronger for it, and I will become more dexterous for it. It is really hard to move stuff, though, with no fingerprints, with no grip, and no skin oil. I do kind of miss those. Now that's interesting. It's having me, I'm gonna see if I can zoom in on this. Eh? There we go. It's having me insert, this is like a Technic pin in between two, LEGO system elements that have a technical in them, but it's having me insert... it's out of focus again. It was like the exact right height. It's having me insert this piece into that... that can't be right. Just doesn't make any sense. Because that's what I would think is an illegal building technique, because it puts too much stress on the Technic pin by having something inserted into it. Which, I mean, like, who among us doesn't get stressed under those kind of situations? But that's really bizarre. Oh, wait, no, that's how it's supposed to not fall out. Okay. Never mind. Never mind, we're good. It's not using that for friction. Forget everything I just said. I didn't discuss any illegal building techniques. There's no reason to be alarmed. There's no reason to call corporate. We're fine here. Am I back in focus? I think so. It's definitely fine. There's no reason to get worried. Too long? Unless that's supposed to overhang? It is. Okay, this is the right one. This engine build is more in-depth than I thought, but I guess that's what I get for building the thing labeled Creator Expert. They expect you to be an expert. There it is. And so this goes... like so. I can't believe you've clipped the illegal building techniques section. I didn't even do a good job of explaining it. But basically, when you have a Technic pin... Oh, I'm knocking shit over now. A Technic pin like that, and it's already using tension to hold it in place, or compression rather, to hold it in place between two system pieces. If you then insert something into the Technic pin in the hole that is created, it's already undergoing compression to hold itself in place. So if you then put something inside that goes and puts it in compression the other way, you are putting too much stress on the piece, and you got trubs. Oh, okay. I see why I needed that piece now. I see, Naruhodo. It's like under my... How did I lose a piece? Has to have gone somewhere. Because I don't think I used a piece that I wasn't supposed to. Alright, we'll be right back. We're back. I have acquired the piece that I needed in a different color from my existing collection. I gotta pry this motor piece back out now. I should probably be doing that like in camera. Oh, this will be a pain. Ugh. I set myself up for failure here. Just knock everything down. It's fine, it's fine. Alright, that seems to be back in place. What did I just knock over? Ah, yeah. Okay, so we've got that now. Now we're going to put something between... Okay, so I guess this isn't an illegal building technique, because they're doing it again right here in this step. Right here, we've got a pin, Technic pin, and we're putting it between two pieces, and then they're sticking another rod through it. Which I thought was against the rules, but apparently not. Ah. There we go. Nice and crispy. So, Senites, if you're still here, I guess the answer is I don't know as much about illegal building techniques as I thought, or, alternatively, the rules may have changed. I know there have been cases where things that were previously considered legal are now considered illegal building techniques. I don't know of any cases to the contrary, but it's entirely possible. Alright, so this goes on top. Holds this guy in place. didn't snap like I thought it would. Oh, there we go. Alright, so that holds the tube down. Cruising right along. Alright, what's next? What's next? Alright, some more good symmetry. It does look, yeah, I mean, like, corporate has, like, a whole team of master builders who get to decide, like, if too much tension is being put on a piece. Because, like, if you put too much tension on, or duress or stress or however you want to phrase it, on an element, it will eventually snap or warp or something. And that damages the, like, I guess, longevity that they strive for with these things. And it will make it no longer compatible with other pieces because it won't fit together. These are all made to, like, an extremely exacting degree of precision, right? Which is how you get them to all fit together as a system. So if you do something that puts a ton of stress on the element, and therefore it's no longer able to snap together, you are in trouble. You get trouble that way. Oh. Well, I found out where the piece I needed went. I was not supposed to put these on the back runners of the car. And so now I have two of them. And I'm not going to tear it out to put the right one back in place, because I don't care that much. But now I understand. I got overly eager, and I thought I was trying to make something symmetrical. And in my haste, I did not look at the instructions carefully enough. Oh well. This next bit's cool. We're using a hinge piece to make a curve. Like you can see here, we're getting like a curvature on the side of the car. So we have a hinge which has a 1 gap difference between it and the rest of the vehicle. And so you can fold it in and it'll create a curve. That's how you get the auto body style shape out of square bricks. All right, all right. Almost starting to look like a vehicle. Interesting. We're stacking the 1x2 with pinhole up to 3, which gives you another curved surface, because these have rounded edges. We stack them up 3 high, which makes them as tall as a normal brick. We run one of these guys across the top, and then a 1x4. It's an interesting shape. And a 1x1. And then we've got our brick. 1x2. And then the half slope underside. I do that twice, I'm assuming. I shouldn't assume, because I assumed last time and I got bitten for it. But this one seems like a pretty safe bet that this would be symmetrical. Yes, this is symmetrical. And then these have an interesting choice of these little half or quarter circle plates that go on the top. I'm gonna try and zoom in again because I'm having fun with the DSLR, but it's very hard to get in focus. And the color difference makes it really difficult as well. Yeah, it's like a little plate right here. That's a quarter of a circle. And it's got like a gap. You can see now that it's shining between it and the piece behind it. I don't know why they've done that, but we'll see if there's maybe some engineering reason for that in a little bit. Balin, is there like an autofocus aspect of this camera that I am not privy to? Because I feel like you had a much easier time when you were doing Gunpla yesterday. Press the capture button to autofocus. Like the same button you press if you were about to take a photo. So I'd have to be like standing over the camera to press the capture button, I think. Whatever, it wouldn't be an English VTuber stream if it wasn't a little bit scuffed, so that's par for the course. Yeah, but half press. Okay, so it requires one of my hands to be on the camera to autofocus, it sounds like. Interesting. Okay. Okay. So, good and bad, I guess. There's a pro and a con for everything. Another one of these guys. I don't know what I was thinking when I was like, oh yeah, I can do this in 2 hours. I'm a fool. Alright, so now we have some traditional wheel well pieces. Pieces made specifically for being a wheel well. Ooh, that's gonna be a nice curve. Alright. Oh, wait, no. Wait. Oops. I'm like all over the place. Skipping steps. Alright, that's one of these. And that goes... Oh, interesting. That explains why they have the... I think? This goes on the hinge piece, and then folds in like a hinge, which is why you've got the Oh, that's really smart. Okay. And then the other one manages to reach here. Okay, so there's some really ingenious engineering going on here that I'll try and explain. Let me pop this guy back off, now that I'm not obsessed with going crazy fast. So before I was talking about this little corner circle, and I was wondering why it was having its edge right there facing that specific way. And then also, let me focus better. And also, one of the structural pieces here is this rounded section. And I was wondering why they were doing that, because it seems like an odd choice. But when you put on the chassis here, it needs to... Oh, really bad at monitoring the camera here. It needs to... There we go. Fold in. And in doing so, because this has a square corner, it would actually need to inhabit... all of it touched the camera. It would need to inhabit that gap that the cylindrical piece makes. So this is actually legal, even though you're at a slight angle. You can see it's curved, because we're able to do that because the circular elements have afforded us a slight gap. And you can see on the top here as well, the square corner of this piece right here is resting against the gap afforded to us by this quarter circle piece. So it all fits, and it's all legal, and you get that really cool curved shape on the back of the car. That's really impressive. That's an expert level decision for sure. Oh, I should zoom the camera back out. I'm gonna get so good at focusing this thing by the end of the stream in like 3 hours or however long it's gonna be. What am I looking for? It's a sky. Another fun thing I've got out here, just waiting for disaster to spill. I've got my chalice to drink out of. I have not had a drink all stream so far, so it seemed like a good time to remind myself to hydrate. Once I finally decide if I want to affiliate or not, I will probably have hydrate as one of the stream reminders, like what Bond does, because I think that's a good idea. But I don't currently have that enabled. I'm still not certain if I want to actually go for the affiliate thing. I keep talking about this every time I stream. I want to like have stuff prepared for when I enable it, so that there's like a value proposition for actually subscribing to me. But I have not had very much time to prepare, just in general. I've been trying very hard to figure out what my streaming limit for each week is, and like what kind of content I can make and when. And I've learned a bunch over the past 2 weeks about myself mostly, about when I can and can't stream certain levels of things. Like I learned doing web dev right after my day job does not result in anything intelligent. It's just kind of me feeling sorry for myself and not making a ton of progress. Oh hey, costume. I don't know what you're talking about, Chief. Come into my house, accuse me of wearing a costume. I mean, you're the one dressed like a clown, so I think it's you who's got the costume. Really help with the immersion. Do you walk up to Hangman Adam Page and you're like, wow, the beer and the mullet really help with the immersion. It's like you're a real cowboy, Hangman Adam Page. No, you would never say that to him. The outfit. I don't know what you want from me, boss. This is how I dress. Though I have to say, I mentioned this at the beginning of the stream, and I know you weren't here, Sloth. I was a little bit apprehensive about doing a hand reveal, because I know some people feel like it's, you know, breaking the VTuber codex or whatever of being purely virtual. But I have to say, it's very freeing to have my hands visible, because as an Italian skeleton, it does feel like the first time I can truly talk to people. Like, finally, I can talk, and I haven't been able to do that too much. I gotta figure out how to get, for my live 2D, to actually have hand capture, and that's gotta be my new gimmick, I think. Because it's... Ooh, Stardust Crusader 0, hello. I believe you're new here. I don't think I've seen your name around before. So thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. I hope I haven't been boring you to death with my extremely slow build of this Fiat. Hello, I am new here. Real skeleton gasp. Yeah. And Fancy Man Pyro, thank you also for stopping by. I love Legos, so it's good. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's kind of what I figured, is people would stop by and simply listen or watch, which is very, very extremely valid way of enjoying this kind of stream. I don't really know what I expected, frankly, but I had this kit sitting around. It was a gift from some friends, and it's just been sitting in my mail pile for a long time. I figured now's the time to do it. So yeah, thank you for stopping by. I want to do more streams like this. I think the more that I stream, the more I'm straying away from wanting to stream video games. Like, a lot. Obviously, I will still do that because it is a very easy thing to set up, like, mechanically. Like, the game plays, you know... Not the game plays itself, what am I saying? It's, you don't have to work too hard, and the game will generally provide content for you, just by the nature of playing through it, or if it's something you already want to play. But I do want to do more building-type streams. I have a web series right now, where Did I say web series? That's a weird way to phrase it. I've been doing a streaming series where I've been building my portfolio website from scratch, which the first 3 episodes of that are on my YouTube right now, and the 4th episode is supposed to be Sunday at 1 p.m. EST. Like, that's the kind of stuff I want to do. I want to learn how to communicate technical ideas easily to other people. So I want to use VTubing as a mechanism for having a somewhat captive audience. Even if I guess no one's listening, I can still talk to a camera and review my VODs and see if I feel like I'm conveying ideas in a really engaging way. Which goes back to what I was talking about with, like, I have learned a lot this past week, past 2 weeks about what my capabilities are. I learned that if I try and do my web dev streams right after work, they're not very engaging, but if I do them on the weekend, they're much, much better, because I have a fresh head. So, that's the kind of stuff that I'm learning about myself. Yeah. Honestly, Sloth, you could skip the second one, where it's mostly me being like, I don't really have an idea of what I want to build, and I was hoping I'd just be able to wing it, which is not what ended up happening, at all. But I tried my best. Oh, okay, wait, good. I was like, I'm missing a piece. No, I was just reading the instructions wrong. It is one of these that goes in the middle. Each one is about 2 hours long, but you can skip them around. The first one I gave timestamps to on YouTube also, so you can skip around via the chapters menu, and you don't really have to stick around for the whole thing. I haven't done that for the second one or third one yet. I have not found the time. I've been somewhat of a busybody. Having to do planning for the future and stuff, figuring out what it is I want to do with my free time. I've also been doing stuff technically that I haven't been streaming, but is also fun and I guess hobbyist level. I've learned how to write a Discord bot this month. That's one of the things I did. I have had a lot of fun with that. It's on my GitHub. The bot isn't available for public deployment yet, but I'm looking to get some benchmarking in for it over the month of August. So that's been cool. I also don't know even if it was public, if anybody... what language? JavaScript. Vanilla JavaScript. Even if it was public, I don't know that there's anybody else who would find it useful. It was a very bespoke bot made for a single Discord server for a very singular purpose. So I don't know that people would find it particularly useful, but it is out there in open source. I am continuing to work on that and try and improve it for said server. But we'll see. Where's your YouTube? I don't see it linked. That's a great point. I don't know that I have it linked here. Let me send you the link. I'll put it in the chat, and then I guess I should put it on my Twitch channel. That's a really good point. I haven't done that because I didn't have VODs uploaded for a long time, but now I do. So I should share it. There you go. There you go. I think mine is more correct. Both of those are correct. I kind of should just make a new channel, I think, so I don't have like vestiges of my like old Google account username. But I mean, it is what it is. Hold on. Penguin Enjoyer, yeah. Big fan of them. That was like a, I think, like middle school era handle. I don't know how you got that URL though, because like when I copied my channel URL, it's the one that I just shared. So I'm not sure how you managed to get that, or why that's still linked to that account. But you know, the more you learn. Okay, what was I doing? I think this is done here. Yeah, so this goes back to what I was saying earlier in the stream, how there's this teal brick along the back that will not be visible when the final model is done, but it's used so you can see where it fits in relation to other things and put it at the core. It keeps it, oops, just knocked a bunch of pieces on the floor. Keeps it visually distinct, helps split it up in the manual, and now it's very clear what goes where. Can I redeem a penguin fact? Sure. A group of penguins is called a rookery. Like the castle-shaped piece in chess, a rook. Except Uri, rookery, R-O-O-K-E-R-Y. You get that one for free, because I don't even have channel points yet. Oh, speaking of channel points, I had a dumb idea. Well, actually, no. I'll talk about when I actually get channel points. Not now. I had some dumb ideas for what I want to do for channel points. I still think the undisputed, like, champion of channel point having is V, because they've got the redeem 3D food channel point dealy. But maybe someday I'll come up with something that clever. My idea is not quite that good. But, you know, we try. I don't have that bot. I don't trust robots. As a person who went to engineering school about building them, I don't trust most robots. I just trust ISV. Other robots, not so much. If you want to show me after the stream how to get that bot, maybe I can start trusting it, but right now I don't. There you go. Yeah, I think she's streaming right now, so you could dual wield if you wanted to. As we spoke about at the start of the stream, she should be playing Kong for the MSX, I think, right now, which she's been doing for a while. Kong and Kong 2. I think based on the thumbnails, it's like a Zelda-like game, which is a weird choice for a King Kong joint, but such is the way of video games from that era. What, huh? What are you talking about? Huh? Satisfying the way you move your hands. I'm putting bricks together, dude. I don't think there's another way to build Lego kit. I'm not sure. I'll have to review the footage to find out what you find so appealing. But I don't think there's anything particularly Italian or skeletal about the way I'm moving right now. But I could be wrong. It's one of those things that you don't really notice until somebody points it out, right? This is a gear shift? I think this is a gear shift. And we've got the seats. Oh, okay. I actually did not notice that I was moving my hands while talking, which is again what I mean when I say, oh, I finally feel like I can talk to you people. It's liberating. I gotta figure out how to do hand capture. If I have to get like a leap motion or something. Yeah, like a leap motion, I think would be how they do that. I know there are some VTubers who have very good hand capture, and I guess maybe I'll have to research that. But it would be fun. A lot of extra work, though, on the rigging side, so I would also have to learn that, because I would not make Bon do that for me. That's just not a fair thing to ask. That's like a lot of extra work. But it would be cool if I had some non-cursed VTuber hands. Oh, no, I guess it would have to be 3D, right? Okay. I meant like a 2D thing. Still, somehow. I don't know what I'm imagining when I say something like that. I don't know. I don't want to be a 3D skeleton. I just want to be a cartoon in a cartoon graveyard. That's where I belong. Alright, but we're almost out of the... How hard is it to hold Lego pieces with those smooth bones? It's really difficult, actually. I don't know if you've been here, how long you've been here, but I was having a lot of difficulty turning pages, mostly. Because there's just no grip. I don't have skin oil. I don't have fingerprints. So, oops. Time to use the brick separator, because I just did a thing I'm not supposed to do. There we go. Bricks separated. Very useful right there. I got the 1x1 stud off from another 1x1 element. Stardust Crusader, have you built anything recently exciting that you want to talk about or share? I am all ears from one... Well, I don't have any ears, but from one LEGO enthusiast to another. I guess I'm all... I don't got those either. I was going to say all eyes. I don't know. I'm always interested in what other folks are up to. I know when Bon streams gunpla building, which she's very good at, folks are very eager to share what they've been working on. A pile from 5 years ago, huh? Well, the good thing is these are very durable pieces of plastic, so they should be like new, ready to go, I would think. Waiting for you as though nothing had ever happened. Mostly Star Wars stuff. Yeah, that's cool. That's like one of their biggest lines, is the licensed Star Wars stuff. Now, it's all fun and games though until you tell me it's something like the Death Star you have to build, or the Millennium Falcon. And then it's like, oh, that's a weekend. That's a huge chunk of time. That's not something I'd ever... LEGO is near indestructible. Mostly true. Mostly true. That, again, falls back into the discussion of illegal building techniques. One of the only ways to break this stuff is to put it under long-term structural stress. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really know who the Falcon or the Death Star type things are for. Like, I don't know who's got that kind of disposable income. But, you know. I've seen them around. I used to work in retail for LEGO, and I've definitely sold my fair share of them to people. I do not know why that's what they want to spend that much money on, but hey, if it makes them happy, who am I to judge? Whoa! That went flying. Where did that go? I just had a piece jump out at me. The Cinderella Castle story is fun. Huh? Cinderella Castles. You mean, okay, I understand. Yeah, I don't know. It's retail. It's a retail suffering story. Back when the Disney Castle was like the new set, and the way that we do that is when new stuff's out, we have what we have, and you can't do reserves, you can't do holds, or anything like that. We're not even supposed to disclose how much we have of a given thing to people on the phone, because we don't want scalpers to come and try and take everything, because that's just bad form. But I had a guy who called up and was like, alright, do you have the Disney Castle? And I was able to say, yes, we do. I can't tell you how many or anything, though. But yes, we have it. And he's like, can you hold it for me? And I said, no, that's company policies. We don't do holds for new sets. It's first come, first serve. That's just how it's got to be. And so, okay, hang up. Everything seems good or whatever. And then I'm like 30 minutes from closing. That was like at the beginning of my day. I'm 30 minutes from closing, and we get this guy who like runs in the door, all huffy, and is like, okay, give me a Cinderella's Castle, Disney Castle. And like, we have sold out of those, we don't have them. And he started screaming at me like, no, you promised me on the phone that you had them, and you said you'd hold one for me. And I'm like, well, I definitely didn't say that, because that's not company policy. And this guy starts screaming and screaming and screaming. And so, of course, I'm just a cashier or whatever. I'm a stock worker. I just go get my manager, because that's the manager's job to deal with. And this guy, I learned from listening, drove all the way to New York, which is where I was, from Pennsylvania, he says. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what he said, to come get this thing. And it's just like, unbelievable. unsurprisingly, I guess the moral of the story is when you get really large-scale toys, you end up dealing with really large-scale children as well. The kids who come in and buy stuff with their allowance or whatever, or pick out a kit with their parents, are always great. One of my favorite parts of that job was, helping kids find the thing that they were looking for, or helping parents find something as a gift. But then the worst parts were when you get the, I guess, really hardcore collectors, or maybe scalpers, I never really was sure. And they get very, very entitled, or got very entitled, about the right to purchase, right to consumerism. Yeah, so that was fun. I mean, ultimately, my manager was very adept at navigating that kind of situation, because they'd been the general manager for that location for quite a bit, and unsurprisingly, it happens a lot. But I was relatively new at the time, and I was just like, I'm in way over my head, not my problem. Alright, so we're on bag number 2, which is like I don't know how to describe it. I was like, the frame of the car, which is like, no, that's just what I built. I guess this is the body? This would be the body. I see some interesting elements in here. We've got the steering wheel. We have, I'm not sure what they're going to be used for, but we've got these little, maybe, can I focus on something that close? That's kind of in focus. These little arm pieces. I'm not sure what they're going to be used for in the context of a car, but they've got like a Technic pin on one side and like their minifigure clip hand on the other. So that'll be exciting. We've got our window pane. There's a 1x1 stud that's branded with the Fiat logo, so that's cool as well. You know how it is. We've got some green pieces, which I think fall into that category of inner frame that you won't actually be able to see. Just a whole host of good pieces. We've got one of these, which is a brick that has a slot in the side, as you can see, kind of here. Trying to figure out where I should hold it to make that apparent. I expect what will happen here is that this will be used for, I'm going to zoom in again, just constantly messing with this camera. Yeah, so it's got a slot. What I expect this will be used for is to have one of these fit in it at an angle, like so, to achieve like another curvature on the car. So I expect this will end up slotting together in some way. We will see. We'll see if these predictions pay off. Yeah, these are like sliders. There's a specific type of extended modified plate that pairs with them that I used elsewhere in this build, but not for this type of thing. But basically, yeah, it lets you linearly slide a piece back and forth in these things. I'm just throwing stuff all over the place today. But I think today it'll be used to hold a gap for some more curved kind of construction. That is my guess. It's really starting to look like a car, though. I'm impressed. Go. I remember when LEGO rolled out the piece that I'm looking for right here, or was using here, this type of plate, an inverted plate that has like a 90-degree angle and then more studs on the side. That was new relatively recently in this scheme of how long LEGO's been around. But everybody loves this. Lets you get studs on two sides with only a minimal gap between the wall. Very, very useful for a lot of things. I follow on twitter.com like a lot of LEGO mech builders, and it's one of the more prevalent pieces. It's that, and there's a bunch of ball joint type elements that they really, really adore. Unsurprisingly. Where's the... I should have one more of these. I'm not seeing it. One by two. That's a brick, not a plate. This one? Yeah, it's full of candy. Nice little brass turtle. That was a housewarming gift from another group of friends. So we're just looking at tons of gifts here today. I'm very blessed. Where is this piece? I just opened these bags, so it's not like I could have already used it for something else. Oh, it's right in front of me. It was just face down. I don't know what the intended purpose of the brass turtle is, but it is full of candy right now. For a long time, it was full of the jelly bellies that we would get from a local hobby shop. Whenever we'd make a mail order purchase, they would just send us a package of jelly beans as well, which is funny. But I don't like jelly beans, so they never got eaten, so we just have a lot of them. It's an easy way to track how many purchases we've made, just by the number of bags of jelly beans. Then, when we finally were able to have people over again, for the first time in forever, they were jelly bean fans, so they finally got eaten. Finally. I'm trying, yeah. Bon also has to participate in eating the jelly beans. Come on, pages. Alright. What do we got here? Wrong. I need a 1x1 ramp. Or slope, I guess is what they're called. Bon, while you're here, I don't remember, were you able to finish your Gunpla, your Jesta last time? I couldn't remember. Did you do the backpack, or do you have the backpack left? Because you've managed to make that in a couple streams now, and I'm thinking, while I'm here, I'm going to do this Fiat in one single stream. So I want to know, like, what your experience with doing long-form model building was or has been. Because I've really set myself up for success here by pledging to do this in one go. Weapons and shields. Cool. Yeah, those have been good streams, though. You've gotten, like, a lot of interested folks stopping by, which I think is what it's all about, right? Just getting people interested in the hobby or fandom or what have you. So I think you're doing quite well in that regard. If anybody's unaware, Bon here does a lot of Gunpla streaming. They're currently building a master grade. Sounds like they're almost done. By currently, I mean like that's their current type of stream, not that they're actively streaming right now while here in the chat. That would be kind of wild. What am I looking at here? I think I got some folks interested in Gunpla. That's what it's all about, right? Like, that's the dream. Alright, these pieces over here. Wait. Am I doing this right? Oh. Yes, but there must be more pieces like that. Because the angle was wrong. There we go. Where is the piece I'm looking for? Oh, I'm looking for the wrong type of piece. I was looking for like a flat plate for some reason, which is not a piece that's in this. I need another one of these. No, I don't actually have any Gunpla kits that I'm planning on building anytime soon. There was like a couple of kit bashes that I had ideas for, with like the crossbone and stuff, but right now, I do not have time to plan out Gunpla. I don't think I will be making Gunpla anytime soon. Pretty much the next time I will be doing Gunpla will be the next time a VTuber does something. Like the last 2 models that I've made for Gunpla have been, I made most recently at the middle of July, I made a custom wing, high grade wing, Wing Zero for Pikami for her birthday. Because the joke there is that her original character model looks a lot like Hiro Yui, in that she wears shorts with boots and a tank top that's green. So that's like a fun joke within her community. So I made a custom wing. And then before that, the Gunpla kit that I built prior to that was I made a custom bear guy for Commander Hoshino Char, who's another VTuber, for her community build contest. And that was fun. But I don't have any kits that I'm like waiting to build just normal like. Pretty much the next time you see me building a Gunpla, it will be for a contest of some sort, I think. I gotta get better at modifications. The 2 customs that I'm talking about here were just custom paint jobs with like custom decals, but I didn't really do much in the way of actually modifying the build itself. So that's something I want to improve at. So to that end, I've got a plan for a custom crossbone kit bash that I'm not going to stream building it, but I will definitely share photos of if and when it gets done on Twitter. Oh, I see. Twitter.com. Yeah, it's where you can definitely find any Gunpla related stuff. But I've just been really busy, frankly. As I keep saying, like, I pushed myself to stream as much as possible last week to see what my limit was. July has just been otherwise very busy for unrelated reasons. Or not, no, not unrelated reasons. It's been otherwise busy for directly related reasons to that. And then I guess also some unrelated reasons. July has been a heck of a start to the summer. Alright, this looks like it's like the back headrest, I guess. It's nice and smooth. That slots right in there. I think. Oh, I just punched my microphone. I apologize. This doesn't fit snugly, which makes me think I'm missing something. No? No, that's definitely accurate. What's cute? The headrest piece you think is cute? Is that what you mean? Or did I do something that you think is cute? Both are acceptable answers. No, wait, what the hell? No, this definitely fits. Why am I struggling here? Oh, okay. I just wasn't pushing hard enough. Nope, that definitely fits. And we've got the headrest in the back of the car. Oh. Oh, hell yeah. Next page is instruction pages 68 and 69. That's awesome. And that's the only word that can be used to describe that, is it's awesome. I guess you could call it nice. I don't know. What's so nice about it? Yeah, this is starting to look more and more like a car with every passing minute. Very cool. Speaking of passing minutes, we've passed a lot of them so far. It's coming up on 2 hours of stream. This will be one of my longest streams. And now I totally get why Bond's Gunpla streams go for so long. Okay, so as we're about to see, that teal brick that I was talking about, you'll never see. Here's why. Because we're going to pop in the back of these, the back seat here. And it's hidden. There you go. You'll never see that teal brick again. It's totally gone. But it serves as an important structural support. And its bright color helped make it very clear where it was supposed to line up in the manual. As a kind of like waypoint, I guess, for other pieces to line up with. It is neat. They do that all the time. Pink is a very common color for it. Orange is a common color for it. If this kit wasn't already yellow, yellow would be a common color for it. Yeah. What's your favorite LEGO kit? Like, ever? That's a big question. Because there's been a lot of them. That's a tough one. And it's really, like, hard to give an objective answer to that, too. Because you could have a favorite that is from, like, your childhood. Where you just had a lot of fun memories of putting it together or whatever. Or the imagination you had with it, imagining it being like a real thing. The same way you imagine like your action figures being real. Or there's like the kits that I've built now as an adult and beyond, where I think it's like a very cool piece of engineering. I don't know. That's a big question. I haven't built it, but one of my friends is building right now. There's a haunted house set that I think is, aside from being very cool from a technical perspective, like in the way it's engineered, it's got a lot of moving pieces like trapdoor, it's got an elevator thing, which I think is all very cool. It has, in the manual, it has a lot of little lore blurbs about each of the little bubbles that you're building to fill it with. And each one of them is a send up to a piece of, like, LEGO original theme lore. which I think is very cool. The haunted house owner, I'm struggling here. These pages are stuck together with such high humidity. The haunted house owner is the guy by the name of Baron von Baron, who was the bad guy from the Indiana Jones ripoff, or not ripoff, I guess homage, the Adventure line. He was the foil to Johnny Thunder, who was Indiana Jones. And so like this haunted house is alluded to be his, and it's got like a lot of knickknacks from a lot of different iconic sets in the Adventurers line, which I think is cool. And the manual is presented in a way where it's got like fun little lore blurbs. There's a Junkbot reference, which was like a Flash game that was on Lego.com back when they did Flash games. And then in the back of the very end of the manual, there's a photo of a bunch of, I don't know if they're the set designers or whoever, but they're all cosplaying as characters from the Adventure line, which I think is fun. And it's like a team photo in like a journal is what it's themed as, and I think that's just very cool. So that one wins a lot of points for me because it's got good presentation and good engineering. The presentation is what really sends it over the top for me as a now adult fan of Lego stuff. I think that's very cool. So this is what these little hands are going to be used for. They are hinges. I guess to help the seat lift up. So yeah, I don't know what the kit number or the name of the kit is. If I were still working retail, I would know that stuff for you, ready to go. But it's a giant haunted house. I think it's the expert creator line, just like this Fiat. So it's made for like adults, big kids like me. But it's very cool. A lot of the as I age, the creator line appeals to me more and more because I like the explanations of techniques and what pieces are used for, and things like that. I hope that answers the question. That was a really long-winded response. Haunted house. We're gonna go with haunted house. So yeah, these little hand bits are going to snap into here. Snap. Now I gotta do that again. I gotta build another one of those. Which I can do without referring to the instructions again, because I remember how it was built, and I understand concepts like symmetry, so I don't need to turn back the pages, I just need to find the pieces. The botanical set was cool too. That's the kind of presentation thing that I'm talking about, where I appreciate it more and more as I stop being a child. I think it's cool that they explain where the pieces came from, what they're traditionally used for. I think that one had like an explanation of what the colors, like when the colors debuted, which is neat. I remember they were talking about nougat as a color and how that's like exciting. So yeah, the botanical set's really good. I've got the bonsai tree still in box that I bought when it was brand new. This was like back, I think, around Christmas time. Or maybe even at the start of the year. Because I remember I got one for my dad as well as a Christmas gift. And I had to wait up really late to order it right as it went live because I knew it would sell out. So I've got that to build as well. I considered doing that one for this stream. And it probably would have been easier, I think. Or faster. But this one was a gift. I felt like I should return the favor and provide content by building it. Botanical set was very cool though. There's that other green plate. Here we go. Alright, we're really going to put the pedal to the metal here, so to speak. Gotta make sure that I actually remember how this thing went together. Because I have stopped using instructions and I'm just going off of memory of what the first version of this looked like. Oh wait, I am missing a piece. How? Well, bag 2 here went by a lot faster than bag 1. I'm not sure if I just picked up the pace or what, or if this was genuinely easier to do. Or maybe I'm gonna eat those words in like 10 or so minutes. But this one, I feel like we're making dissipate much faster. And then there's just bag 3, which is even smaller than the previous 2. So that's cool. I was just holding the piece that I needed, this one. Maybe this will be like a 3.5 hour stream? 3 hour stream? I don't know. We will see. Okay, in the end, I guess I beefed it. I didn't quite remember how to build this properly. I did need to look back at the instructions. I'm so rusty. Just so rusty. Fortunately, it's not a contest, but I did want to prove to myself that I knew what I was doing. And it seems like maybe I got overeager or overconfident. Alright, that's the other seat built. I can snap that in. Here in the manual, it's explaining that they have to be very close to each other. So slide them in all the way because they're on a sliding bar. And there's like a variable degrees of how close together they can be. So they're suggesting that you get them all the way together. I guess to make the doors fit is my guess. Cheers. Alright. Next up, we've got the trunk, which goes in the front of the car. Because if you get rear-ended, you wouldn't want to damage your purchases. All that matters is that your engine eats the entire impact from a slight bump in the bumper. Still such a baffling design decision. Those wild Italians. I'm sure there's a good reason for it, actually, but I don't know what it is, so to me it just seems very funny. Did I miss a step? I did. Ah, okay, so there are pieces like that here. Stardust Crusader, I don't know if you're still around, but you were saying you'd never seen... I'm gonna, once again, zoom way the hell in. See if I can focus on pieces. You'd never seen this kind of guy before with the slot in it. That's not particularly in focus, actually. Let me pull the focus back. Nope, that's worse. This guy. With the slot in it, it pairs up with the... yeah, the slider brick. I'm awful at the focus on this camera. I'm using a DSLR digital camera for this, and it's new to me. I'm learning how to focus it on this stream. There's this other piece that is a plate that has... and the focus is making this untenable. Enhance. It has like a... It's got just a 1x2 set of studs, but on the side it's got this bar. There we go, that's good focus actually. It is what pairs with this. These go together. It slides like so. In there. That's what these go with. But I don't think we're actually going to be using it for its intended purpose, but maybe. Memories are coming back. That's good. I think there's few physical objects that can invoke nostalgia quite as sharply as Lego pieces. Lego elements. They're very good at that. Oh, here it is. Oh, this is supposed to be stacked too high as well. 1, 2. Time to use the trusty brick separator again on this right here. Just tilt and it pops right off. Alright, I think that takes care of that step. What do we got here? This is like the headlights, maybe? Probably the headlights. Piece. There we go. We need a Technic pin and a connecting tube. On the other side of that, we'll probably have a headlight, is my guess, a little bit later. Keep pinching my fingers. Luckily, bite marks are hard to notice. Yeah, that's why they invented these things, right? A cool fact, a LEGO fact that you'll get for free right now, is that when you go to work for the company, at least in the retail capacity, though I think it's actually all of them, every job, both in the field and at corporate, they issue you a brick separator. And so when I worked retail, I would have one in my apron at all times, ready to assist customers who were building something at one of the events, or like the open brick table that we would have. And so they give you one when you start, and I still have that one somewhere, along with a bunch of other fun retail goodies. But it's a sacred honor to be bestowed a brick separator. To be clear, though, the ones that you get for being an employee look just like the normal ones. They're orange. They're not like fancy or branded or anything, more than they already are. But it's like, the honor. Use this responsibly. This great power of the brick separator. I think mostly they give it to you, not so much because it's very useful to have on your job, though I guess it is a little bit, but because they have them by the cash register, in lieu of like how a convenience store has the $1 candy bars right by the register to upsell as you sit there waiting in line. LEGO has the $1 brick separators. No special number or anything. LEGO has the $1 brick separators waiting by the register, so you try and upsell people on them by convincing them that they're actually useful. I think that is why you were given one as an employee. I think. Demonstrate the effectiveness of brick separator to try and sell them. Did I skip a page? No. Alright, we're moving on to a new section. We can put the actual car away now, because it looks like this is brand new. Not connected to any existing piece of the construction. Maybe. I actually don't... This is going to be a... I don't know what this is, actually. I was going to say, is this going to be a door, but it doesn't look like it based on the preview. I actually don't know what this is going to be at all. Maybe this is just me being small-minded about what I know about cars, but this doesn't look like anything I recognize. It's got a hinge, which makes me think it's a moving piece, like a door, but I don't know. We are officially, I guess, halfway through the number of instructions in terms of numeric. Oh wait, no, that's pages. That's what I mean. We're halfway through the number of pages, numerically speaking. I don't know if that bodes well or not for the total runtime of this stream, but we'll see. This also looks like it's a one-off piece, because there's not enough to make two of whatever this is in this bag. Unless bag 3 is to mirror this, but that would be unusual. There we go. Oh, no. Oh, bother. One moment, I dropped a piece. And we're back. It landed in the pocket of my cardigan. Fortuitous. Also made me realize that I haven't stretched my legs in like a good hour and a half, so that was nice. Made the world's loudest creaking noise like a cellar door when I stood up just now. Okay. Redeem posture check. Yeah, I'm good. I just did my stretch. I've been sitting very upright, because I'm not sitting in a chair. I'm, like, sitting kotatsu style at my coffee table right now. So my posture has been pretty good. There's no, like, backrest to lean on. But stretching the legs is important. Alright. One step closer to finishing whatever this element is. Still don't know what this is. Even looking at each new step, I'm baffled. It looks like an engine brick type thing, but we already did the engine. So I don't think it's that. Oh, these are really good pieces too. They have a flat section on the bottom, so you snap them onto things with studs, but they're like a hinge. Trying to show that as best as I can. So you can get like flat on this side, and then you can have something coming out at a 90-degree angle, which is undoubtedly what this will be used for right now. These are also a relatively new mold that a lot of people were very excited about in the community of people who get excited about LEGO molds. Yeah, so like, you can see they've got bottom-facing plates on the back, but they join at a 90-degree angle. So, I mean, I don't have a great example, but like, you could snap a plate at a 90-degree angle to other plates, like so. Very good for that type of work. Oh boy, I'm about to have to put together a bunch of very small pieces. I just looked ahead. We'll get there when we get there. Oh, I know what this is. This is where the steering wheel comes out of. That's why there's only one and why it's asymmetrical. This is the console. Duh. I'm like, oh, so confusing. It's asymmetrical, and there's only one of it. What could it possibly be? It's the console. Bothersome. These little pieces are going to be the death of me. They're the death, again, I guess, of me. Second death of me. They're very difficult to do with limited grip. Yeah, sorry, I'm doing this off screen, I guess. I'm trying to fit, there's a bunch of these little round type pieces. And I'm trying to fit them into a row. And it's very difficult to do with limited grip, but I just have one more. Boom, alright. Awesome. Now we need the L-shape flat plate. Alright, alright. Hey, Bon. Also everybody else, but Bon because you've got experience with building streams so far. I am approaching the end of my second bag here, and there's only one more numeric bag. And it's got this many pieces in it. Oh, wait, no. Actually, there's very few very large pieces in bag number 3. Okay. I was going to ask if you think it made sense for me to, like, actually call it at the end of bag 2 and stop there and then, like, resume a stream later for bag 3. Or if I should just motor through it. I think if by the time I get to the end of bag 2 here, this thing will look very much like a complete car. Because I think the rest of these pieces make up the door. I guess we'll see what it looks like when I'm done. If it feels like it's very close. Because looking at the baggie, there's only like large plate type pieces, which are very easy to put together. But I don't want to like go another 2 hours. I'm not built for 4-hour streams, 5-hour streams. And I also feel like a absolute clown for thinking I could do this faster. I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know how I thought I could do this as fast as I estimated. Maybe if the construction were even simpler, but not an expert line one. I got over eager and oversold my ability. Page 80. Okay, so now I flip this. Okay. Interesting. Did I skip this step? No. Oh, jeez. Come back. I'm gonna just not do stickers. I am not a big sticker fan, in general, in LEGO or in life. I think that they peel. Getting them to line up, like, perfectly is very precision work. And if they don't line up perfectly, it's very noticeable. They limit the reuse of the piece. Not that I necessarily plan on taking this apart anytime soon, but if I did, and wanted to build something custom, I would be very limited in my ability to reuse the pieces that have stickers on them, because they're custom made for like one purpose. So I'm just going to avoid doing stickers this stream. You're going to have to deal with this vanilla Fiat. Just trust me that it's okay. Where is the piece that I seek? Ah, right here. And there's another bottom panel, not that one. That's the top panel. There we go. Oh, wait. Oops. Man, we're actually motoring right along. Now this fits in like how? Ah, yeah, okay. So this now, I'm gonna try and slide this back to the center, and I can zoom in for an action shot on what we're doing here. Yeah, like approximately like that. We can use these pieces that have the open studs on the bottom, which is how it wants us to do that. slot this in like such. And so we get our console here in the front at a 90-degree angle to the rest of the vehicle. This is, I think, beginning to look like a car. I'll zoom this back out for the sake of showing it off. But I think this is beginning to look like a car. I'm going to keep saying beginning to look like a car over and over and over again, even when it's fully like a car. Cool. Once again, pages just stuck together. Please. Please not like this. There we go. There we go. Ah, the steering wheel. That's a very complex mechanism over there. That's like a lot they've got going on for the steering wheel. And it's got the little stud with the Fiat logo in the dead center. So that's exciting. Something to look forward to. Sorry, I keep moving the camera. I think that's back in focus. Oh no. Okay, so we've got one by one. I don't know why they made the steering wheel mechanism so complicated looking, but maybe it'll pan out. It's probably so it can prop it up itself up at like a weird angle, as one would traditionally have like a steering wheel. It's got a odometer. That's the one with the Fiat logo, so this one must be the odometer. No, those both have the Fiat logo on them. This one's the odometer? No. That's a... I know I saw it. There's a printed 1x1 stud. The odometer, there we go. Now, printed studs and printed pieces we like. I just don't like stickers. But if they're already printed on, that's fine with me. Because I don't have to worry about making them line up or anything like that. Alright, and then we've got the steering wheel. The very not minifigure scale steering wheel. And they want us to put the Fiat emblem in the dead center. There we go. Super not in focus. Let me see if I can adjust it all. Fiat. And I didn't even have to use a sticker for it. Now this steering wheel assembly feels very fragile, but we'll see. We pop it in, and as I correctly estimated, it goes in at a funky angle, as an actual steering wheel would, which is why the assembly is so complicated. Alright, now we're building the doors, finally! You can see that there are hinge pieces, maybe you can't, but I can, in the next section, which means that we're making the doors, which is what I think the final bit of this will be, and then it will really look like a car, and then I'll be like, oh, I can definitely do bag 3 in no time, and have a great time with that, and we'll be all done in a single stream, and I'll feel like a huge champion. That'll all happen. That's my game plan. Unless these doors utterly defeat me. Which is also, you know, possible. Yeah, so we're going to use these hinge sliding pieces again. I believe these are going to be used to achieve an angle by allowing another element to intersect with them. Basically allowing for, like, a clipping exploit, for lack of a better phrase, in our build here. Essentially allowing a piece to intersect with geometry that would otherwise be solid to it. Because this one has a groove cut into it, you can have that happen. It affords you some extra space. We did a similar thing for the back wheel caps. And it's very smart. It's very cool. I think LEGO is at its most impressive when it is trying to overcome the fact that it is innately a very square or rectangular medium. Every time LEGO engineers figure out a way to put curvature into their models, I am wowed. I'm just thinking it's the coolest. It demonstrates a lot of big brain thinking and inventive reuse of existing parts, because they often don't make new molds. Making a new mold for a LEGO piece is very expensive, because, for the company I mean, because it has to be done to a certain degree of precision. The mold has to last for like millions and millions of presses, and things like that. So they try and just reuse the models that they've already got, which leads to very inventive asset reuse. Oh, I see. I think I'll get to it in a little bit. I see up ahead there is a element that is being used for something completely not what it was intended to be used for, but is what it's going to be used for here. I just dropped a piece. Where did it go? There we go. LEGO is all about clever asset reuse. Alright, so that's starting to look like that. One of these. And then another curved plate facing inward. Again, the curvature and indents on the side of the curvature will afford us probably some slight clipping that we're allowed to have. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, there's another one that goes on top of that. Yeah, the curvature on that will afford us some clipping that we're going to be able to have, where the square edge of one piece will be able to nestle into that curvature, and we will be all set. We've got these curved pieces. So this is the outer side of the door. And then the next step after these is the inner side of the door, which is where I get talk about the piece that's being used for a new, unforeseen purpose. Okay, so we flip this around, and we've got 1x3, and another 1x3, and hinge piece, and a 1x3, and a hinge piece, and a hinge piece. That's all well and good. They're just plates. They're used for their intended purpose here. So we'll close those up with another interior, like upholstery colored piece, plate. Seal that up. But now, here we've got our door. It's this piece right here that is being used for its non-intended purpose. This is... I'm going to zoom in again. I'll put it in the palm of my hand. This is a phone. This was meant to be a telephone for a minifigure. If you see it from the profile, it'll become very apparent that that's the case. It's hard for me to hold it like that, though, and not block it. And stay in focus. But it's a telephone. And here it's being used as a door handle on the inside of the door. Asset reuse. If your 3D mold looks like it's got a handle and it's got 2 studs that you can use to clip it onto something else, well, might as well reuse it. Alright, now we're going to build something that goes into those hinge pieces that I just mentioned. This time actually being used as hinges in their intended purpose. 1. So here's another cool piece, actually. That's going to be used as the handle for the door on the outside. It's really small, so it's hard to focus on. But this is an ice skate that goes on the bottom of a minifigure's foot. There are 2 of them, but this is originally molded as an ice skate for minifigures. Here we're using it as a handle for the outside of a door. So that's exciting. It does look like a Gunpla piece because it's so small and specifically molded, right? But it is a ice skate originally molded for minifigure feet. It's another piece that I remember when they introduced it, because it was new, I think, during my tenure at retail. So I remember when the first kits that had these came out, and in the Build-A-Mini section of the store, we had them out also. And now this snaps on to the top of the door. Beautiful. And I can attach the door. Ah, okay. So this is, I don't think I'm going to be able to show on screen because it's really small, but I was essentially right about what that slider piece is being used for. That's this one right here. You can see it's got its indent. Well, what this goes on the other side of is there's a hinge piece. Oh man, I wish I could focus this better. Just gotta zoom all the way in. Yeah, okay, see that little nub right in the center there? From the hinge? That achieves the curvature of the other. Maybe not. Maybe this is impossible to focus. Yeah. Anyway, there's a little nub sticking out right here. And that slider piece allows it to fit comfortably around that. Because it's got the indentation on the inside. Otherwise, you'd have a clipping problem. We needed that hinge piece because we needed to make curvature on the back of the car. But now, in order to have a door that closes onto that curvature, we needed a hole on the door. And we achieved that. However, I am realizing I've made a mistake somewhere in the construction of this. Oh! Because there's supposed to be 2 hinges on the front of this door. I made a mistake and only granted it 1. Good thing I've got the brick separator. I was thinking that the door felt like it was very flimsy, and it was, because I didn't give it the correct number of hinges, which would reinforce the amount of friction. It's okay. We can solve this problem, I think. We've got our handy brick separator, ready to separate some bricks. Easy. And like that, we're back. Exactly to where we were. And then we've got 2 hinges on here, instead of just 1, which makes this a lot more stable, structurally speaking. Because it's got twice the friction. I pop that back on, and the door shouldn't just fly open anymore. Cool. Very cool. Oh, wait, no, I made tons of mistakes, actually. I'm getting tired, I guess. This, top piece I didn't make as long as I needed to make either. How did that happen? I'm like missing a whole row. Whoops. There we go. Now that goes on top of the door and is just the full width of the door, which is what it's supposed to look like. There we go. So, there we go, that's the door. And I just knocked the steering wheel out, awesome. This is a very fragile build, I gotta say, but I guess it's meant to be like a piece of art and not something you play with. So for that, I'll forgive it, but, you know. Alright, let's do the other door. In the home stretch. I'm just thinking about how good that sandwich that you got is gonna taste, Bon. I want the Bon Me. I cannot wait to consume. I'm also thinking about all my other friends who are doing streams right now, and I hope that they are having a good time. I am grateful. I mean, I guess I'm speaking for myself here, but I'm very grateful that I can listen to the Lupin the Third OST, which is what we're listening to right now, endlessly without feeling like it drags on. Maybe everybody else is like, it's worn out its welcome at the 3-hour mark, but I'm like, I'm still feeling energized and Italian. So I'm glad there's a piece of music I can listen to forever like that. Yeah, I mean, LOL is the correct response to that. Maybe my brain is just irreparably poisoned by anime, but that's how I feel. So I won't make the same mistake I made last time. Yeah. With Lupin stuff, it's particularly interesting though because, as I mentioned at the start of the stream, when I put this on, the composer for this is a guy by the name of Yuji Ono, and it's been that guy since literally the 60s when the anime started, and he is basically tasked with doing remixes of the theme tune and other standards of the franchise every time they do a new animation, which has been basically every year since the 80s. And I think it's incredible that I can hear the same theme song reorchestrated in a million different ways and think that it's great. It's still great, and I'm still happy to listen to it. And each one I can identify as being their own variant or what have you. So it's an impressive thing he can do, where he can make me listen to the same song forever and not get sick of it. In fact, I was just playing a game with some friends recently. It's called Anime Music Quiz. I think it's Anime Music Quiz. Music Test, something like that, where they play like 5 or 10 seconds of an OP, and you have to get like from the middle or whatever, and you have to guess what it's from. And different seasons and everything are counted separately, so you have to be right about it. And the joke is always that my watch list has a bunch of Lupin stuff on it, so I can identify the different theme songs from the different seasons of Lupin very quickly, and everybody's like, Tom gets his free points for that kind of thing. I keep throwing pieces. But yeah, like it's just the same theme song reorchestrated a bunch of times, and I can tell you which TV special, which series, what year it's from, because my brain catalogs that information instead of important things. But I think everybody has something like that, where they just encyclopedically know it, for better or worse. And even if you don't, this is the part of the stream where you say, yeah, of course, Tom. I know exactly what you're talking about. I totally have something like that. You're definitely not an aberration. Hehehe. Alright, this door went together a lot faster because I knew what I was doing this time. I didn't mess up and give it only one hinge, so it's sturdier. Monogatari. Monogatari comes up a lot in that anime music quiz as well. I have not seen anything of that brand or franchise, or I don't even know. Like, they're not all inherently related, right? I think. Or maybe I'm misremembering. Bon, if you're still in the chat, do you know what I'm talking about? With the anime music quiz stuff? Where they're like, I think they're all separate. Like unrelated stories under the same umbrella. I might be completely off base though. As I said, I haven't seen anything under that umbrella, but it comes up a lot. There are a lot of them. Never mind. It's not important. Hi, Curio. Were you streaming? Are you going to stream? What's your plan this evening? Because I know you're usually a late night type of person. No. Well, you're arriving just in time to watch me do some of the finishing touches on this Fiat. It doesn't look much like a car right now. But, we're getting there. I see, there's a couple unrelated series, but most are the same. Shows what I know. I shouldn't run my mouth without knowing what I'm talking about. Comes up a lot in the My Anime Music Quiz type things, though. Curio, to catch you up, we were just talking about... Right now I'm listening to... Or I've got a Lupin the Third soundtrack playing, because it is Italian, and it loops better than just my, like, 2-minute BGM loop for 3 hours. And I was remarking how I can listen to it forever without really getting bored of these same couple of songs. And I think that's very impressive. And then we were talking about the anime music quiz. So there you go, you're all caught up to speed. Yeah, it's one of my favorite remixes or reorchestrations of the songs. It's a very relaxing... It's called Cafe Relaxing Lupin, if you want to look up the album. Driving home in a... Oh yeah, I think it was raining here. Even all the way up here. I think we were caught by the thunder. So... I'm glad you got home safely. I'm also glad you weren't driving in a thunderstorm in a Fiat, because these cars are not good to drive, which is why it's all the funnier that in Lupin here, they are like he's got like a supercharged Fiat, because they're not very powerful cars. They're single-cylinder, back-engine vehicles, and that doesn't make for a very powerful ride. I really can't believe that Isby actually drives one of these things. I hope they like it. Because I honestly considered it when I was shopping for cars when I finally got my license, because it was cheap. But, like, you have to go to a specialty mechanic for repairs. And the whole 9 yards. Now, did I screw up or something? I did. Man, I was like, this one's going so much faster because I know what I'm doing. And then I just go and screw it all up. I am missing one layer of plate to raise these curved pieces up, which is necessary so that they seal off the inside of the car and you don't see the inner frame. And then I guess to catch you up with the other 3 hours of the stream since before you arrived, Curio, it was basically me struggling with these skeleton hands of mine, gripping pieces with no fingerprints, with no skin oil. It's very difficult. Turning pages in high humidity. It's very difficult. Life's a struggle. You're a trooper. Harder than usual, yeah. Alright, cool. We've got both doors on this thing. They, you know, open and close. We've got the steering wheel. We've got the engine in the back. We're really almost there. This is going to be the windshield, I guess? Yeah, this is the front windshield. So we have our plate. Skeleton Hand is a band? Or are you saying it would be a good band to name? If it is an actual band, I don't know of them, if you can believe it. Though there are a lot of skeleton-themed musical groups, so I can't know them all. And they're an actual band. I shouldn't be surprised. What genre? As though I couldn't already guess based on the name. Oh, this is the rear window, not the front windshield. Okay. Goth pop of sorts. That's actually not the answer I was expecting, and now I'm intrigued. I'll have to look them up after I'm done here, because that's definitely not the answer I was expecting whatsoever. Goth pop. Huh. Alright, so now we've got our... Oh, I gotta pop the actual window in. Okay, there we go. Got the window in there. This goes on the back. Building Lego models like this often feels like a Chekhov's gun kind of thing, where you're like, ah, those hinges that I built 2 hours ago, I'm finally connecting something to them. It all comes back. And yeah, Curio, as you mentioned, there are, like, it's been thundering and raining around here. Turn that page. Yeah. These pages are, like, so stuck together because of humidity. And not for any other reason. There we go. Cool. So I was considering if I wanted to call it there and resume building this some other time on another stream, because we've got 3 numbered bags, and this would be bag number 3. However, I think bag number 3 has very few pieces in it, and I think a lot of it is supplemental stuff, like the easel for the painting, and there's like a bag or a travel case. So I think I'm actually gonna just motor through it. I think we're gonna persevere and finish this in one stream. Thank you for your cheering me on, for being able to turn the page. I was able to do it thanks to your cheers. Your support means the world to me. Hey. It looks like the pieces in bag 3 here are like very large for the most part. So I think I can finish this in the next 35 minutes. I say, as though every other called shot I've had tonight hasn't been completely off base. We'll see. I guess there are some small ones in here too, though. But there's not a lot of them. The part count seems minimal. And it's only a couple of bags. Alright, get all that plastic crap out of the way. Hey Bon, while you're here, or while you're listening, could I bother you to turn on the air conditioning? It's quite warm in here. Or at least I'm getting quite warm from doing nothing but talking for 3.5 hours. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I don't sweat, fortunately. That's one of the things that I certainly don't miss from the first life. But it's still warm in here. Awesome. The piece I was just digging around for is a, you definitely can't even see it, clear 1x1 stud. That was fun to dig around for just now. That's going to be one of the headlights, it looks like. Remember to take a stretch break. Yeah, yeah. Oh my god, what are these? Save reminder. Yeah, basically, right? I think I'm at the past the point of no return here. No more checkpoints. I could have saved if I just didn't open the last bags, but I opened the last bag, so now here we are. What is done cannot be undone, as they say. Can't put it back in the bag. Can't close Pandora's box. That sweet Rubicon, yeah? There's so many great ways to say it. I'm very curious what this is going to be used for. It's got like a little... It's got like a little nub here that sticks out. I'm not sure what it's going to be used for. Strikes me as unusual, but we'll see. Everything has its purpose. Yeah, looking at the selection of pieces here, I think over half of what was in this bag is for the briefcase and easel, which I'm assuming will be the very last things it asks me to build. It'll probably have me finish the entire car first. I might call the stream at the completion of the car. That might be the percent category that I'm doing. This might be car percent. Though I don't think the easel will take that much time. I am getting, I hope understandably, a little jittery. We are now at the 3-hour mark, 3 hours 15, which pushes by about an hour the longest stream that I've ever done consecutively. Or, yeah, consecutively is the right word. And I am getting tired, because I also came out of a full day job doing this. This isn't my weekend. I think I'm learning, as I mentioned earlier, about myself here, that I probably shouldn't do an advanced single session assembly like this in a workday. I gotta find something lower brain or lower duration to do after a workday. I don't know what yet, but I'll find something. I guess the proof is in the pudding, as I stumbled over my words there to barely get a sentence out, that my brain is beginning to dematerialize, return back to dust, ossify, something like that. Oh, that's a fancy piece. I've never seen something like that before. Where is it, though? This piece. Ah, here we go. It's got, like, studs built into the side. And it's like a plate. Could put the bricks back in a Ziploc bag. Yeah, I guess that's true, because they're all from the same, like, bag 3, so it wouldn't be like they get mixed up. It wouldn't make it harder. But I can't seal the factory seal. You can't close Pandora's box. I'm feeling reinvigorated by this AC, and also the visions of Bon Mi are invigorating me as well. To know that there's a light/reward at the end of the tunnel. There we go. I think another lesson learned here is that the next time I do this, which there definitely will be a next time that I do another building stream, because this is very fun, even though I'm getting tired and kind of cranky, I am having a lot of fun doing this. I want to get or use a non-headset microphone, because right now I've got a headset microphone, so it's just getting my voice. But for something like this, I should get a more room-based microphone, so you can get the true ASMR of me rifling through pieces, tearing open plastic bags, snapping things together. That's integral to the experience, in my opinion. And to deny you guys of that is just a disservice to everyone. Yeah, like, if you look at the number of pieces here, this is it. This is the last bag. This is all the yellow pieces that remain. A lot of the brown and tan ones are for supplemental structures that are not core to the car. LEGO ASMR. It's real, though. Like, I feel like that's a legit genre that may be underutilized right now. Plenty of VTubers do normal ASMR, which I am not qualified to administer or receive, but I could be the, like, plastic brick ASMR VTuber. It'd be good for Gunpla also, that satisfying snip of when you cut something off a runner. Alright, I need a 1x4 flat plate. There we go. Yeah, I guess so. It's just like a pain. Because as I already said, I'm at a separate setup than I usually am right now. I'm on our coffee table, as you know. And your microphone is like very much tethered to your desk. To get it all the way out here, I feel like be a pain. I also didn't know how long my stream would be today. As I hinted at the beginning, I thought I could get through this in about half as long as it's currently taking me. So I thought that would be like a huge waste of time for everybody if I drag that out. But now that I know, and I've learned, crucially, it's all about learning. Everything is about learning. I might take you up on that next time. Sometimes I imagine that LEGO bricks are the skeletons of aliens and they have a farm. Well, I've never heard that before. You are the first person to present that theory to me. I cannot confirm nor deny that theory, but you are certainly the first person to present it to me. I'll keep it in mind. It's interesting. That's funny. Brick separator save me yet again? Yes. There's like a whole category, speaking of brick separators. I have so many of these now because every creator set like comes with one. Assuming that you have never had one before, I guess. And so now I have a bunch of them sitting around everywhere because I've bought a lot of these. And like I said, I also had one from when I was employed. There's like a whole genre or category, I guess, is the right word, of people who build models trying to incorporate the brick separator into the model. It's not meant to hold the other pieces very well. It's very loose. The holes on it are bigger than normal because stuff's supposed to pop out of it. If stuff could get stuck to it, you would need a brick separator to free other pieces from its grasp, which would defeat the point. But people try and figure out ways to work it into the model that they build, and that's, like, I think fun. You see it like as like a bird beak, things like that, somewhat frequently. Sometimes it's like scuba flippers, that kind of thing. What am I looking for right here? One by two wedge. Come on, there's not that many yellow pieces. How can I not find the one I'm looking for? Here we go. There we go. Just need to stretch my legs. Oh, another fun piece reuse. I'll just zoom in on it, I guess. The little spikes here are somewhat rubbery, and they are reuses of the mold for a unicorn horn that was first, I believe, deployed for the Unikitty character from the LEGO movie, when they made kits out of the LEGO movie. I believe that's the first incidence of that particular mold. Now it is being used here as a decorative front plate to the vehicle. Oh, I did these in the wrong order. I think. Actually, it probably doesn't matter. Business Unikitty is just me. Good movie, though. That's one other thing about when I worked for the company that I don't necessarily have a super favorable opinion of, is that in the company-approved radio station, you know, Spotify list or whatever that they'd play in the stores, that was basically the only song, or rather, not basically the only song. It was a lot of stuff that you wouldn't expect. Like, there was, like, Duran Duran on there. I remember, like, Hungry Like a Wolf would come up every now and then, which is, like, a very sexual song, in at least my opinion, knowing what it's about now as an adult, I guess, maybe. Like, that was okay. And then you get, like, some other, I guess, weirdly old-type songs. But then, like, every third or fourth song would be Everything Is Awesome. And that was how it was for a very long time. I think for my entire tenure there, it was like that. So, sadly, things were not as awesome as they may have seemed. There are worse things to be subjected to, though. In terms of retail complaints, that's like such a minor complaint. Overall, I think LEGO did a very good job at being retail. I made another mistake. At being a retail place to work for. I would do it again if I had to work retail again. Hopefully I don't have to, but if I did, I would go there. I can't believe I thought I could do this as fast as I originally estimated. What the hell was I thinking? I'm like sitting here trying to find like a single plate piece. And it's just not there. Oh, here we go. The best way to find pieces, just like the best way to make anything really happen, is to complain about it not happening. And it will suddenly manifest. It will appear. Manifesting, yep. Oh, there we go. Yes, that's actually really good advice. Stop looking at and look for other pieces, and then your eyes will not focus on the thing you can't find, and they'll focus on another thing that you can't find, and you'll find the original thing. That's really good advice, actually, and kind of what I just did right there. Good advice. I can tell that this guy, Saltdust Crusader is a different person. Stardust Crusader here is actually a seasoned veteran. Saltdust Crusader is another person I know who has a parody of that username. Alright, why isn't this fitting into the slot? Why is this not fitting? There we go. Some more fun with hinges. I think. Yeah, hinge, black, 1x2 plate. One by one plate. A wheel well. Two 1x2s. Another 1x1. I think I missed a step earlier. No? That doesn't make sense to me. Hello, you have very nice hands, Skeletom. Thank you. Don't be weird about it, though. Be weird. I don't know, some people are like big into that. I know you've been reading that manga where they like eat the fingers or whatever. I ain't about that. Don't bring that stuff here. Overall, though, I'd say this triumphant hand reveal stream has gone about as good as can be expected. Crispy Ubi Ubi. Yeah, Jujutsu Kaisen, yes. Jujutsu Kaisen, yes. That is the one. Crispy Ubi. That's incorrect. Where did I put my brick separator? Oh no. Ah, on the floor. Really in the home stretch here. I have it on good word that Yoshikage Kira is just trying to live a normal life. He wants to live quietly like a plant. Yeah. I totally get it. I understand. You're right. I shouldn't be so judgmental. Doesn't he kill women? Well, you know, that's a good point, too. Not just kills, murders. Yeah. Wait, Dr. Funkbeat, I forget how actually acclimated you are with JoJo. Or if this is a bit, I don't quite remember. So forgive me. We can change him. Can fix him. Quite a lot of JoJo fans out here today, though, I gotta say. We've got Stardust Crusader 0, the original. And I know Curio's a JoJo enjoyer. I'm a JoJo enjoyer. Bond's a JoJo enjoyer. I think Dead Buddha is a JoJo enjoyer. I guess really everybody's a JoJo enjoyer. Just in general. I know nothing about JoJo aside from Part 7. Part 7 is a very good part, yeah. I'd definitely say it's probably the best. I'm not caught up on the ending of 8, which I believe ends this month. So what did I do here? Oh, okay. 8 ends this month. So I haven't caught up with that yet. I'm like I want to say like a year behind, but that's like 12 or less chapters. So there's not a whole lot to catch up on. It's been very good, though I don't think it's had quite the same cohesiveness as Part 7. Like, Part 7 was like unusual clarity from Araki-sensei, I feel like, where he like immediately, he really understands what he's trying to convey, and he had like a clear story in the mind. With Part 8, it's less that, but there's some really cool elements to it as well. Pizza, pizza, mozzarella. I'm looking forward to when that gets animated and voiced. That'll be good. Look at this car. Look at the cute curves on this car. It's curvy, which is impressive because it's made out of square bricks. It's got curves. Hi, Sunites. I'm assuming you're stopping back in after having been here at the beginning. Yeah, we're actually almost done. These yellow pieces represent the final yellow pieces for this set. On bag 3 out of 3. And I will finish this. I'll probably not build the easel and box on stream because I'm tired and hungry. But we're getting in the home stretch. Maybe I'll feel really energized once I finish the car and I'll be like, but it's just a couple pieces more. And just keep digging in my grave. Have fun. Thank you for stopping by, Stardust Crusader. If you like what you saw, hit that subscribe button. Or not subscribe, follow. I can't subscribe to me yet. I will definitely be doing more model building in the future. As I mentioned earlier, I do web dev and other technical type streams as well. A little bit more engaging than this one because I'll be trying to teach a concept there, whereas here I'm just doing a thing. So, yeah, stick around if you like. Thank you for stopping by. It was really nice talking to you. I'm glad to have met you. What's on deck for dinner? Asks Curio. I believe Bon got Bon Me like 2 hours ago that I'm waiting to eat. And I'm very gracious that it's not something that needed to be hot. Because it would be very cold by now. Alright, really getting there. I swear, sometimes, like, for each of these numbered steps, I feel like sometimes it's, like, here's one piece that you put on this whole big thing. And then other times it's like, draw the rest of the fucking owl. Where it's just like, put on 12 pieces at the same time. And it's not super clear where they go in relation to each other or anything like that. And so you get a very uneven spread for numbered steps. Also, I realized I forgot the headlights, which I need to put on. Yeah, exactly. Draw the rest of the fucking owl is the variant of that I'm familiar with, but I think you understand what I'm getting at. Where it's like, to draw an owl, first you draw a circle, then you draw the rest of the fucking owl. Oops. Alright, headlights done. This is the step from here to here. The difference between 164 here and 165. One numbered step. This is a draw the rest of the fucking owl situation. That's a lot of plates. That's a lot of plates. A lot of plates. It's okay. We'll get through it. The good news is they're a bunch of big plates, so they make the remaining piece count just evaporate by volume when I put them on. A bunch of really big pieces just got used right here. This will be the hood, or the trunk, I guess, because that's the front of the Fiat is the trunk, as I keep mentioning. So this is the cover of the trunk. Where are my 2x2 Sir? Where are the 2x2 plates? Sir? I'm gonna follow Stardust Crusader Zero's wonderful advice and look for something else, which will indeed immediately make the piece appear before my eyes. Really good advice. And then I need to do that one more time because I need 2 of these. So what other piece do I want to look for? There's like a paintbrush, I think. Where could that be? I got this guy. What's in the trunk? She's catching a ride. Right now there's nothing in the trunk, because there's just no space for it. Actually, I think this particular model of Fiat doesn't even have trunk space in the front, which is why there's like a box that gets built. Because you have to have your storage externally. And why, like, in Lupin, he has like a big satchel of stuff that goes on the roof. Ah, there you go. Found you, you rascal. Yeah, this one doesn't appear to even have trunk space in the front. Like, you can see it's just a hole straight through. But we, snap that on. There you go. Look at this, it's a car. It's a car. It's actually happening. It's like that Disney movie. Alright, time to build windows. One. 2. Stack these up. Finding small plates that are transparent white is a special kind of punishment, I feel like. That I am being asked to endure right now. It's just really difficult to find against the table here. Fortunately, my close-range eyesight is still pretty keen. I can't see very far because I am a child of the digital age, and so I've spent my entire life having my eyes destroyed by a screen that's approximately 1.5 feet in front of me at all times every day for my entire life. But, I can still see stuff close in front of me. It's not that hard to find. Dang, we are so close to finishing this car. Windows are going on. We're putting on the hinge pieces for the windshield, the front windshield, as I speak. Cool. Time to build that windshield. There's so few yellow pieces left. It's awesome. It's truly great. The things we've accomplished here in this short, almost 4 hours. I don't know how Bond does it. Bond routinely will do like 4+ hour Gunpla streams, and I just do not know how she manages now, having done one of these myself. Good learning experience though, again. A lot of VTubing is learning about my own capabilities and limits and powers and things like that. I do not know how she manages to stream for so long. Alright, snap that into the hinge. Oh, steering wheel popped out again. There we go. Black plate. Overhanging by 2 studs. Other side is overhanging by, oh no, each one's overhanging by 1 stud. Okay. Got that. Big yellow plate. Got that. We got some hinge pieces. We got that. We need one more. Where you hiding? Where you hiding? Where you hiding? We got that. Done. I've hit like 4 twice now. Yeah, you also seem like an endurance streamer, Curio. And also, what's more, is it seems like you frequently start very late to begin with. So I also don't know how you do it. Everybody's impressive to me. Everybody's got their strengths, I think. I'm nocturnal. Okay, God, I'm so fucked up. Ain't that just the way? Alright, what is this? Oh, this is the sunroof, I think. This is the... I know there's a canvas piece in here, because I think this is a convertible kind of thing, where you've got the sunroof. So I think this is that I'm building here. The canvas... I guess I lied when I said this is the last bag. There's one more bag that has just a canvas in it. A good fusion of Technic and system elements in this one. Just a little bit of Technic to keep you on your toes. Makes for good moving pieces, though. And it's integrated together in an interesting way. No, I will not elaborate on what I mean by integrated in an interesting way. Just a lot of pieces fixing together that I didn't think about fixing together until I saw how they were done here. Have I hydrated at all? Yeah, I've been Cheers. There you go. I've been doing it somewhat regularly, don't worry. But I should do it more, you're right. Thank you for the reminder. Someday I'll have a redeem for that. Then you can spend fake currency to remind me to take care of my basic necessities. The bone zone, huh? What's the bone zone? What do you... Why are we bringing up the bone zone, Curio? Channel points would just be bones, I think. You just collect a number of bones. Like, I don't think there needs to be any kind of, like, clever pun. It's just, here's, you have this many bones. Oh, yeah. It's a chalice. It's not even just a mug. It's a chalice. I have 2 of them. And they were not, I didn't even buy either of them. They were both gifts to me, separately, from different people. That just shows you how on brand, this whole situation is. I need a long plate, black, flat, no studs on top. I do not see it. And there aren't that many pieces left, so I'm not sure how I could not see it. I don't think I dropped it. Huh? I'm just gonna keep building and hoping that it pops out to me. But I don't see it. Did I drop it somehow? No. It's not still in any of these bags either. Huh. And it's not under the... that? Huh. And it's not under the car. I don't think. Huh. I don't know where it is. But I'm not going to get hung up on it. Yeah, I don't think it's structurally integral. So the show must go on. If it shows up later, that'd be great. If it doesn't, we'll deal. Now I get to break out that canvas. Hell yeah. Little canvas in a pouch. Canvas pieces are always interesting too. A lot of like building contests or competitions will have very, strict stipulations about how every element that you use to build your model needs to be a Lego element. You can't get in there with stuff you've 3D printed or a competitor's product or anything like that. So cloth pieces like this are in very high demand if you wanted to do something more organic, because if you wanted to say give the figure you've made some kind of outfit, the only way that you can do that officially is by using cloth made by LEGO for a kit like this. There's no difference about it from any other cloth, but it was manufactured by them. And because we know what kind of parts and everything have been made by LEGO, that can be verified. So that's what's up with that, I guess. Even though it's just totally normal cloth. I'm struggling with this cloth right now, actually. Let's see if we can't solve this. The instructions make it look so easy. The kits ever have missing pieces, or are they pretty good with not missing anything? Typically, for the smaller type stuff, there will definitely be at least 1 or 2 extras of each piece. For the event of missing pieces, though, you can get replacements online. That is like a service that is rendered. Typically, they aren't missing pieces, though, but I mean, it happens. It's impossible for there to never be a case where that's, happening. But if you do end up missing pieces, there's you can order through online, or you can go to the retail store. They have a wall where you can pick bricks out of it. And if they have them in stock, they will provide them to you for free of charge. So I think they're usually pretty good about it. I'll definitely have extras by the end of the build session here. I got the canvas on. So I snap that in place. This thing is just missing its wheels now. Wow. I say as it's like, here's some more stuff to build. Ah, okay. So the space in the trunk is for a spare tire. I understand. That's why there's the big hollow gap. Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. I can pop that back open. Just drop a tire in there, and it will sit nice and still. Now, what is this piece? What is it having me build now? Because I thought we were done. Like, I don't see where else on this car more yellow goes. But I guess there's still more to do. I really don't know where this is going to go. Oh, I see, I see. Ah, oh yeah, duh. I was like, there's nowhere left on the car. And I'm just ignoring that this car has its ass fully out and there's no cover for the engine block. That's right, that's right. I haven't looked back there in a hot minute, so I forgot. But when it comes down to the last couple pieces like this, that's when you really feel embarrassed that you can't find something. Because it's like, oh, it has to be right in front of me. There's 24 pieces left. But right now is one of those times where I'm like, I can't find something. It's not in any of the bags. Oh! I did drop the pieces I was looking for before. I found the long beam I was looking for, and the piece I was looking for right now, just next to each other on the floor. As for that beam I was looking for before, I don't actually think it matters to put it in. I'd have to take the cloth off, so it missed its window. That's fine. It's not possible to see. You gotta redo the whole car. Start over. Reset. No, I don't do that. And this other hinge came just at the right time. Boom. I think with this piece that I've just put together here, that concludes all of the yellow that is going on this car. I think the remaining plates are... oh, I missed a step where I was supposed to put them on, yes. They go on the sides. Like that. Yes, okay. That is the last yellow in this entire kit, which is pretty pog. So now I'll snap the engine cover on. There we go. And I think that just leaves the toolboxes and the wheels. License plates that I'm not going to bother doing stickers for, but I will still apply. The mount for the box. And then the front is a by 3. Wants me to put in the exhaust pipe. Sure, why not? Oh, wow, it's really gonna have me do the boxes before the putting on the wheels? Sure, fine. Alright, gang, this is it. This is the final stretch. I'm gonna do the box, and then we will be done. It's a box and an easel, and then some wheels. And that's it. And that's the entire kit. And it will have taken me, looks like it's gonna be just over 4 hours to do. Way longer than I thought it would. But we live and we learn. Speaking of stuff taking way longer than you expect it to, I gotta say, going again back to my retail experience with LEGO, the best days on the jobs were the days when you got assigned to build the models that they put in the displays, because you could take as long as you want with that kind of stuff, as long as it gets done right, and you are on the clock to put that kind of stuff together. So very fun to do. I had to put together Big Ben once, which was mind-numbing because it was just hundreds of identical beige columns, but I got paid to do it, so we liked that. Big Benny boy, yeah, that's what they call him. I can, like, actually feel my hands speeding up to try and go faster, because I'm so in the mood to eat that banh mi. Alright, what did I say? There were 135 pages in this manual, and we're just about to enter page 130. Pretty good. Alright, here's the briefcase. It's got a opening lid to put stuff in. And then I got runners across the bottom of it. You say that, Bond. But here we are. I don't know if this is gonna get the VOD, like, destroyed. I know the other one was safe, but who knows for this one. This gets snapped onto the back. No! Why'd it stop? I hit my keyboard. Do you like my car? Gas, gas, gas. I'm gonna step on the gas. Gas, gas. I'm gonna step on the gas. gas. There's a really good video with this song over it. That's a subscriber count of everybody in Hololive since the beginning of Hololive. And it's good, like, for the first couple of years, you know, Sora's very popular because she was the first one and she's quite good. And then Fubuki enters the scene and Fubuki takes off. And, you know, everybody's jockeying back and forth. And then in September of 2019, Gawagura debuts, and then it kicks in gas, gas, gas as she screams past the competition. And I think she's sitting well over 3.25 million subscribers right now, which is like doubling up what anybody on the rest of Hololive has. So, you know, that's neat. Oh, Isby, hey, welcome back. I guess I won't be raiding your stream after I finish here, because it seems like you're done. No, it's all good. I hope you had a lot of fun. Forget about it. Alright, time to build an easel, guys. This is it. I am just about done. You're correct. I have to build this easel. It's a good assumption. At least I hope I'm just about done. The pieces you see on the table are the last pieces. There's nothing else. Ronnie is soldering a keyboard if we want to do a raid. That's almost more mind-numbing than what I've been doing for the past 4 hours. That's awesome. Good for Ronnie. Yeah, I'll definitely raid Ronnie. Unless, I have to check who's still streaming. So, Isby, did you beat Kong? I don't know how long that game is meant to be. So were you able to, like, defeat King Kong? Or make out with King Kong? Or whatever the objective of that game is? Tell me about how your stream went. Because I didn't get to see it. Because I was stuck building a car. A prison of my own construction. Open MSX really powerful rewind. Save scumming, but it's legal this time. Everybody's favorite. Mash space on a lot of bosses. Pretty cool. Alright, there's the easel. Which has a portrait that I'm not going to put the sticker on just yet. That goes into it. There we go. Easel. Easel. And car. And gang. We're done. That's the Fiat. You've got the spare tire in the front. You've got the engine in the back. The roof folds up. Like so. Doors open. I don't think I have any that would fit inside. Maybe my Revoltech one, mini one, might be right scale for this. Actually, you might be right. I've got one that might be the perfect scale for this. I'll have to get some photos. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, so that's gonna do it for me. Clocking in at 4 hours, 17 minutes. Though I did start 10 minutes before the top of the hour to let people get the push notification and such. So that's it. I'm gonna give myself a big thumbs up here. Or a peace sign. There we go. Alright. Now I get to find out who I'm gonna raid. Because surely somebody's still out there. It might be Ronnie. It might not be Ronnie. Let's see, what's the best way to figure out who to raid? Yeah. It's gonna be Ronnie boy. Ronnie is a Gunpla friend. Another member of the Charmy Discord. Sounds like they are soldering a keyboard. Fancy Man Pyro, thank you for thanking me. I didn't realize you were still here. Thank you for sticking through this whole slog of a stream. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You're very kind. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go raid Ronnie boy now. Ronnie _ B0I, I think. Yeah. Thank you all for sticking by. I really appreciate it. Now go help Ronnie build his keyboard or something. Let's top the Eurobeat. We're good. Thank you all, and have a great one.